Hello, everyone, and welcome to the American Reach Mahjong League Championship Friday. This is Judgment Day. We'll have a bunch of A1 matches. First, we have a demotion match between Eric, Simon, Nathaniel, and Huang to see who manages to keep their position in the A1 division. For all intents and purposes, we already have three of the names that are likely going down, and those are Oliver, Andre, and Huang. The question is, will Eric or Nathaniel be able to stay ahead of Jeremy and each other, as there are two spots for three people to stay where they are. One will be heading towards the A2 division next season. I am Korak, and I'm joined by Ennui. Sounds like he just jumped in the channel. How are you doing?
I am doing all right. Just been a crazy couple days. So I'm very glad to be chilling out and watching some what I'm sure is going to be very stress-free, very uneventful mahjong. Surely nothing wild is going to happen here.
Well, it won't be on our end, but I'm sure the game will have plenty of fireworks. This is the place you want to be, is here in the catbird seat.
Yeah, I would kind of hate to be playing in any of these games. I was so happy to get my games done early.
Yes, and I believe you are on path to promotion yourself back to A2.
Yeah, I am very excited about that.
Well, as mentioned, we have four players going out at the start. There is also simultaneously going to be the championship table. We'll get to them after the presumed demotion table is completed, but we have right now Amy is in the clubhouse with 150.4 and will be the score to beat, but it'll be very hard for that to be the top when you see Steve, Kenyon, Bishan, and Luce all sitting there fighting and not that far back. Plus, there's no incentive really for anyone to take the win in South 4 the last game unless they can confirm a position. But that table, I say, will be our third and fourth games of this evening. And right now, Steve has been just consistent and really not playing the type of style Steve is known for. Has traditionally been known as a quiet Dama player, pretty big win percentage, which he certainly has there, but a low deal in percent, and actually has one of the highest in the league. Fairly uncharacteristic, but just not dealing into all that much.
Well, and it's also noteworthy that the hands Steve is dealing into are cheap on average. Like we see here, 38.51 is a pretty great average deal in cost. So even though it is a higher deal in percentage, if they aren't as expensive, then it's not doing as much. Especially when you're winning over a quarter of hands, and they're worth almost 6,000 a pop on those wins.
As the second best deal in average in A1 this season in terms of how much you pay out. Kenyon, of course, is the top in that position, sitting sub 3,000, which is just kind of absurd. I guess no, Steve is third because we also have Vincent, but Kenyon at less than 3,000, that's kind of amazing.
Yeah, that's I mean, it's hard to really figure out how that's even possible when so often you're just gonna get whacked by a random Ura 2.
Well, there's been no shortage of it. And we will go 5 minute. We are on a 5 minute delay on any games. We'll let you know when they start. Until then, we're just going to keep talking. So I guess the first match coming up, as mentioned, will be the demotion match. Now, as mentioned, the basic situation is if you finish above Jeremy, you're safe. If you finish above your competition, you're safe. So, how are you going in knowing this is the third game of four for this table? For Eric or Nathaniel's position.
They are in incredibly different positions because Eric could theoretically fall below Jeremy and still be okay as long as Nathaniel doesn't gain, what is it, 50 points on him, or 45 rather. So Eric can be a little bit more conservative. Nathaniel, on the other hand, is forced into a position of having to push. Like, you aren't going to be able to make this happen without at least a good second and one of either Eric or Jeremy being in fourth, which, everybody at this table is going to be very good players. So forcing them into a fourth is probably going to be harder than just getting a first yourself.
Right, especially from Eric's position. As long as you end up plus minus zero net over the first over both games, it doesn't particularly matter what happens on Nathaniel's end. Now, Jeremy, of course, is the one that has no control here. Actually, had a very solid final session. 3 wins, was down there, I believe, right around Nathaniel, and took 3 firsts, and is now certainly in not nearly as bad a position as he was going in this session.
If it wasn't for the fact that the fourth game was a fourth that was so low it erased 2 of the firsts, Jeremy would be totally safe. But as it is, still in a much better position than when the session started, where you are now putting a lot of pressure on Nathaniel to make something happen.
And I'm getting notification the game has started, so that was a couple minutes ago. We will be jumping to that table in about 2 minutes. But yeah, I think Jeremy, at least on paper, has done enough. We will see if that is the case. Nathaniel is very good at sniping positions. Last season in session 6, knew exactly the target that was needed and ended up making it by plus 0.1 over what was supposedly going to be the cut. Now, it turned out there was another hiatus and both made it anyway, but that's not going to be the case in A1.
Yeah, bypassed Vincent, I believe it was, by 0.1.
Yes, we see how Vincent's been doing this season, sitting there at 131.4, a very solid season with a really high
seconds.
win average.
Vincent has almost double the amount of seconds as everyone else, has over double the average for sure.
Yes, and I think you're going to see a lot of aggression for Nathaniel. The big question for me is how are the 2 other players going to act? Simon or Huang? They're basically not involved in this. I guess Simon could get pulled down into the scrum if you take 2 bad fourths or even 1 really bad fourth. I'm told the game that starts the promotion game, not the demotion game. We're still waiting on that one to come in.
I mean,
we will jump to it and then switch over.
Huang is a very aggressive player anyway, just in general, which means that when things go well for Huang, he can very easily get like plus 150 in a single session, which we have seen happen before.
Yes, happened in Section 6 last season. Just steamrolled that table and cruised the RML championship. But you see here, it's just at the bottom of the table. We'll have a couple of games here to at least mitigate it. But barring 150 points in 2 games, and even that probably wouldn't be enough to save him from demotion at this point.
Yeah, and that's part of where, I mean, the 10 fourths for Huang, since Huang got pretty low in the standings early in the season, was forced to play even more aggressively than normal, which is part of where those fourths have come from and part of why that deal-in rate is so high. But here is probably just going to play his normal very aggressive play, which is still more aggressive.
So there's always something to be said for someone who has nothing to lose.
Oh, yeah. And
especially,
the way
as we mentioned, has so much potential.
Yeah.
But Simon, as mentioned, would just like a couple casual games, even thirds are fine. Even small fourths aren't going to be a problem. As long as you don't drop below Jeremy, you're not in any realistic trouble.
Yeah.
Has a lot of points to work with, sitting at minus 2.4. And just overall, we talk on a broader point from the ARML. If you had told me the people that had been at the top and stayed in the top division the whole time were Steve, Max, better known as Light Pink Yoshi, Kenyon, Bishan, Simon, and some Korak person, I don't think a single one of those names would have surprised people that have been in the community for a long time. But they will be joined by at least one of Eric or Jeremy. Jeremy really wasn't known as well inside the online scene, came on much more recently, has been grinding it out both on Mahjong Soul and to a lesser extent on Tenho. And Eric has always been primarily a live game player, had been part of the community, but hadn't really done any sort of serious ladder. So there was a lot of question as to, okay, how would you do in a league? And has definitely held its own. Won the inaugural Beta League season, was at that championship table last season, but is now fighting for his very life. And a big part of it is, even with that relatively low deal-in percentage, just not winning that many hands.
Yeah, that does cause a lot of trouble in the league format. In ladder, you can kind of get away with not having a huge win percentage if you're only dealing in at the correct times. But in a league where every single point matters and you're not just kind of doing the weird rank point balancing that you have to do, that kind of awkward positional play, you can't get away with it. You have to win hands in the league format.
But I would much rather be in Eric's position right there now than Nathaniel's. And I've been given word the game we are covering has now started. So we will be going to that table probably at 15 after. But yeah, so we look at these names. Again, these are the people at the top of the online scene. There are a few people that haven't been part of ARML that I would expect to be here, and a couple people that I would thought would be in A1 who not necessarily have been there. Crow is one of them, and Crow will be heading to A1 next season.
Well, Crow has freaking cruised. Like after the beta league, was Crow in the death trap that was, what was it, Pool D?
Pool D was in the group of death and was probably its biggest victim. Didn't even get a shot at the playoffs to promote to A2. Was that very top seed that was locked into B1 and just cruised through that B1 in the first season. It's basically cruised through A2 this season.
So Crow will be one of the new players in A1 that is definitely going to be someone that is going to be fighting every single week. So it'll be very fun to see them finally getting there.
Yeah, so I look at the list. Daniel is going up. Zalong is going up. Zalong isn't someone that I knew particularly well, but was doing really well in the inaugural Beta League season, and then just ran into me when my powers decided to unlock. Was sitting in that A1 spot, and then I went in my last session from kind of borderline playoff to end up winning that pool. Well, the issue is someone has to be on the back end of that. It's been unfortunate for Zalong there, and has fought back and made it, I believe, all the way from B1 on the similar path as Crow to A2 and now towards A1.
Yeah, both of Zilong has been right along there with Crow. I believe was second in B1. Like, it has never been in question of not promoting basically the whole path back up.
Right. That's definitely a situation here. It's a second and a relatively close second. Another couple names that jump out on the A2 promotion list to me are Anthony, who was in the inaugural Beta League season playoff between those A1 and A2 spots, didn't make it, and then just barely held on, having a monstrous last session in A2. But Mr. also is the AKA and will be going towards A1 next season. Another name here that I would expect to go up is Aaron.
One note before we start talking about Aaron, I'd like to make about Anthony. Anthony was first out of the promotions last season. So Anthony was right below Vincent in A2 last season. So just barely missed being able to promote.
Yes, but I remember was at the demotion table and just absolutely steamrolled the whole table to get in a position to have a chance to go up. But was in A2 another season. And then we have Aaron, or CS Blue, or Blue as may know him, from southeastern Michigan, will also be going up. Another long-time, well-known name in the online community. And the last position will be Kaz, someone who had been in A1, dropped to A2, fought back, and will be going up.
Yeah, since A2's totally done, the first division to get finished.
And it says 15 after. It is 14 here. So any final thoughts before the action starts?
None, other than it's just going to be exciting to see where we go. The table is going to start with Simon as first dealer, then Nathaniel, then Huang, then Eric.
I'm particularly interested in how Huang ends up playing this because, as we've mentioned, is an incredibly volatile player.
Any time Huang gives analysis on a hand, just the way Huang sees hands is different. Like, just has such an incredible mind for creating value and does it in situations where I would not even think to.
Well, I've been accused of having creative ways of seeing hands, and that is because I see Sanchoku in almost everything. Namely, because there is a path to Sanchoku in almost everything.
I feel like Huang tends to do it with like Dora acceptance and things like that a bit more heavily.
Well, the game has now started. We see Simon with a Chun pair, couple extra dragons. I mean, you'd love to see Daisangem, but I don't think so from here yet. The rest of the hand doesn't have much value. It may just be a Chun Nomi. Well, okay.
Spoke
Now
too
you're thinking
soon.
about it. On the right, we see Nathaniel with two Dora. Not great shapes elsewhere. Would like to fill out a couple of penchons, a penchon, a conchon, and has a couple extra floaters. You'd really like to be able to go Chanta with a Dora pair. Forget that. Across the way, well, I don't like too much there. You have a Dora, but not much else. Conchons everywhere. Couple of Ryankans even. And on the left, that looks like a potential 1-2-3 Sanshku. Also have a Dora floater. Trying to decide whether it's Richi Pinfu Dora or Richi Sanshuku Dora.
Nathaniel has just drawn a fourth pair, so could actually go Chitoi Dora 2. And there's a
Now
fifth
Simon
pair for
is now
Simon.
Ishan 10 for Chitoi as well, and that is the saddest Chitoi known to man. But now we have Daisongan officially dying. The second Haku is out, so even if you do decide to wait on it, that would be a hell wait. Now the question is, how greedy do you want to be?
Yeah, chooses not to hold out for the Sho Sangen for the little three dragons by tossing the third Haku and then Nathaniel tossing the fourth. Does open, so we'll be Tenpai now waiting on 3 So, 7 So.
Okay, so Simon doesn't go full greed here, doesn't go for the Honitsu, doesn't go for the Toy, just wants his hand over with. And
Could
we'll
make
now
a better
be in
way.
2900 Tempai waiting on 2-5.
Which a lot of those are actually being held in hand right now. Only 3 left in the wall, none in the discard, but 4 in Huang's hand and 1 in Eric's hand on the left.
I see a call from Nathaniel is going for that South Dora 2 or potentially 3. Although I can't see Dora coming out from anyone.
I mean, it would have. It
Oh, I
would
think this
have
may
to
deal
be.
in, and it does.
Yep.
2900 as Simon takes the early lead. We have another East 1. He has a very good starting at here. Richi Pinfu. Kind of hard to make any value from it, though. On the right, Richi Tanyao. You'd have that North pair, but you don't really want that to be part of this hand. You already have too many pairs as it is. Across the way, that just looks like a Richi Pinfu Dora 2. I just maybe not even Pinfu. If you end up, well, okay, that changed the hand significantly. Now I think you're just calling Chun and you're wondering, can I add Honitsu here? And on the left, looks like a few Kanchan. Really, that pin suit looks a lot worse than it actually is. But the 1, 4, 6, 8 would all be very useful tiles. There's the Chun. I think you just call that.
What do you toss
The
here? Do
question
you
is,
toss a Ryanman or a pair?
I would have cut the 3, 4 because it not only gives me the ability to shift to Honitsu, it also gives me the ability to shift to Chanta. Like that draw specifically.
Although, if you made
Dealer is Tempai now. Richi Pinfu waiting on 3-6. We see all of the 3s out and 1-6, so 3 outs left in the wall. But it's not like Pin looked that dangerous against this hand. You could see it just come out.
Tenpai now for Huang, waiting on 1 So, 4 So for that Chundora 2. On a 1-mon draw, could also enter into Tenpai for Chanta.
That's something you're always trying to do, is how do I sneak a little bit of extra value out of this? I think the other two players are effectively out here. There's not really a reason for either of them to fight. You might see a bit of a Chitoi back in by Nathaniel on the right, but you're still a long way off.
Huang choosing to Katagiri that 2 So, discarding the one
I
from
hate
hand
that
instead
too,
of the
so
one from.
Karagiri. When your weight is in that area, Karagiri is a bad idea. Like the 9 So, I don't have any problems with that, but the 2, 3 here eventually could be from a 2-2, 3-3 shape, which would be pretty standard. And in that case, the 1 and 4 should look very dangerous. And for those who aren't familiar with the term, Karagiri is when you're discarding the same tile from your hand that you drew.
Does it again.
And there was a bit of a pause there. You're never calling that, but may just be using a bit of extra time to think about the current board and situation, which is
Yeah,
an
there is.
underrated aspect I think a
Yeah.
lot of people miss is use your, that is Dora. No, it's not Dora. It was Dora last hand. And we'll deal in Ricci Pinfu. Will be at least the 32. No Aura, so 3,200, and of course the Ricci stick back. And I would say Simon's in a pretty good position.
Yeah, which
Is
is
rewarded with a
nice.
hand. Is rewarded with a hand with 3 penchant though, so I'm not expecting too much here.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, it's good that Simon got the first two because this one ain't gonna cut it. The Forso Dora is good in hand though, and that 5-6-6-7 Nakabukure shape in the Pinzu is very nice.
I mean, there are paths now, but you need to draw specifically the 7 so and the 3 mon in order to do anything with it. Now, on the right, we have a lot of options here. Gives up the potential Sanshugu. You also have a potential 6-7-8 or even 5-6-7 with some shifting. Tanya, well, there's your pair. It's going to be really hard to use any of this, but I guess it could be Ricci and maybe Tanya Dora. So I guess that'd be some value. Across the way, that is Ishanten already, but no value as well. And on the left, you can see that 3-pin looking for a 1-2-3 Sanshugu would be very hard to pull it in.
Can't call the 7 so as much as you'd like to have it in hand as Simon.
But yeah, that's the whole problem, is almost no matter what you do, the hand just stuck. And interesting, when you get the 8 so pair, then I at least consider some sort of shift, but instead just plays the efficient 6 mon for now.
There's
Well,
the
okay,
7
there you
so.
go. So even with this hand, as terrible as it was, I said if you draw those 2 tiles, all of a sudden the hand looks very good, and they're both drawn with the 3 mon on the 7 so, and that is a very good Ishanten.
If you draw, say, like, if you draw into the Pinzu shape, the 5-6-6-7,
Easy, Ricci.
Okay, tossing Dora.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Dora at this point. We haven't really seen any danger yet. It's one of those where people, in theory, could be Dama, but I'm not seeing any danger. Maybe a little bit from Eric on the left, but I'm not reading much yet. Especially the discards of Huang and Nathaniel are kind of terrible.
And that's a particularly good draw, since the 5-peen not only gives you the Pinfu, but also a shot at Ipeco if you are able to win on the 7-peen.
But that will be very hard as there is only one of those left in the wall. Much more likely to win on the 4 where there are 3 left.
And the advantage to calling Ricci on Dora is that you do encourage people to discard Dora for safety, which means that you are cheapening the values of the hands around the table.
Well, and the other thing is you look at this pond, an 8 so and then a 4 so, 2, 5, and 3, 6 look absolutely terrifying to me. But that's definitely not going to stop Nathaniel here. Goes for the Ricci Nomi, but there's the expensive end as the 7 deals in. Ricci Pinfui Peiko. No aura, but Simon is just cruising at this point. Although even with 3 hands, it's just barely more than a single dealer Mongon.
Yeah, and has taken 100% of it from Huang.
And honestly, Eric, even if both game ends like this, they're perfectly fine with it. It's Nathaniel who has to do some movement. But we're in East 1-3 now, and dealer has another kind of awkward hand that fixes itself very nicely if you fill all these Kanchans and Penchan. On the right, decent hand. Kind of the same story. Across the way, well, I believe that is a Rian Shanten, but some decent shapes. You do have that Penchan, though. You're like to draw Doro, of course, when do you not? And on the left, that definitely looks like an Ipeco in Mon. The question is, what can you do with the rest of the shapes?
There are 4 pairs, so could go Chitoy as well. As much as you hate Chitoy, it is still an option, especially if you draw a 5-peen and you're Ishanten for it and you have 2 Dora.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even want to keep this 2-pin around anyway. It's Dora Suji. It's very likely to be held in hands. We already see 2 of them out, and they're both fitting very nicely into their hands.
Yeah, this is a big question on what to discard. Yeah, the 2-peen is coming out.
And I'm pretty sure Eric's thinking the same thing I am, which is, even if I draw the 3, do I like the rest of these shapes? And the answer is no. Now, there is some hesitation there on the 7 pins, so people should suspect that Huang can call it. The question is it a Pone, a Chi? But very likely now, if I'm at anyone else at this table thinking that Huang has at least 1 and maybe even 2 Dora. So if I see a Tanya call, I am very willing to bail. And upgrades to a nice little Ishan 10. Could even get a potential 3-sided weight.
It is a perfect Ishanten, in fact.
Yeah, not really the type of shape you normally expect with the extended 3-sided 369, but it is a perfect Ishanten. And I think Eric is now just giving up on a normal hand, has decided it's most likely going to be Chitoy.
I mean, is Ishanten for it now? Drew another 2-mon. Or 3-mon, I mean.
Well, drew another 3-mon,
Ooh.
and now the question is, do you really want to be that greedy? Or will you just throw it back? Going for the full greed options gives you toy options. This gives you Puanko options. This gives
I mean,
you
it gives
even...
you Chinitsu options as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say you have that. It's just gonna be very hard. Ooh, Dama. Dama on the 5-8. Now I don't like this Dama. Of course, I never liked Dama.
There it is!
Well, okay. Works out. Pin through
who's
Tanya
gonna be...
Dora. The Dama absolutely works out there for Huang. Normally you reach that because the 5's never coming out, but Eric saw a path to a toy and just went for it and punished. And we now have our first change of dealer of the Hanchun here, as Nathaniel starts out with kind of the same type of hands that Simon had been with, which are, well, if you fill the holes in the hand, works great, but it's not looking that strong as of right now.
Those ended up working out for Simon, so maybe it works out for Nathaniel too.
Well, Tuso doesn't really do much here. On the right, we see kind of floating the option for 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku. You do have just awkward shapes everywhere, though. Maybe a Peiko and Upper Mon would be your answer. Well, just draw Dora. That's always an answer. Across the way, well, now you have a pair up. That is Ishan 10, but a very wide one. And the south 1 pin would be an amazing weight. And on the left, really need the 5 pin to be able to pull that hand together. Possibly Peiko, possible 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku. I think I just chi this because it fixes so many of your bad shapes in this hand. And yeah, it does. There's not much value here. Even the 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku is going to be a bit of a stretch, but we need 2 tiles, and specifically 2 of the same tiles, specifically 2 5s, and 1 is given to you. Oftentimes you'll say, you know what, that's fine.
You called Eric's hand a wide Ishanten, but is it?
Well, you have the Ryumen, you have the Shumpon. Well, okay, now we see some shifting.
Now I feel like it's a bit... Well, I mean, now it has the same tile acceptance. I mean, there was only 4 different kinds of tiles that got you to Tenpai, and 2 were stuck in a Shanpon. Now we have 2 5-mon Tenpai for Simon on the left, and then the Ricci from Huang on the right with 2 Anko in hand. 4-peen, 7-peen.
Yeah, just 1 Anko in the hand, and there's one of the 4s. That's certainly coming. But just Sumo, Ricci Apatsu, Sumo Dora.
Gets 2
and that's a disaster for Nathaniel. Needed a strong start here and is already down 7,000. Or Nathaniel needs over 40 points just to stay in A1 over the course of the 2 games. and is sitting here in a pretty rough third, a fair distance away. That over 2 really affects the trajectory of this game.
And despite the 3 deal-ins early for Huang into dealer every time, that like already back above 30K and in second.
Yeah, Huang is a very good starting in here. Not too much value, though, but great shapes basically everywhere. On the right, well, I'm seeing a bunch of pairs and honestly not too much else. You can maneuver some of these hands, especially if you draw, say, Forso, but it just feels pretty slow altogether. Across the way, we have the Anko of the 6 Mon, so decent shapes. You're kind of wanting to go Suanko or just Tanyao Sananko would be fine, but the tiles have to cooperate with you. And filling in that Forso and then completing either the 3 Mon or the 7 pin sounds not particularly easy. On the left, that is a Cheetoy, especially now having drawn Dora. I'm 100% selling out a Cheetoy on that hand.
You don't think that the Mon shapes could generate something more normal?
Only
especially
if
a
you
3 Mon
Anko
draw,
up.
especially.
See, the problem is then your shapes really only work if you add a 3 penny Peiko, and that's going to cause Dora to flow out. And now we see one of those 3 pin fall out. Yep, there you go.
And there it is.
I see the first East come out, so there will be 2 left in the wall. But,
Which is really perfect.
There's your 3.
Nathaniel.
That's the only tile that would have given me a bit of pause. We do see a call for Toy Toy by Eric. Figuring, especially with the 6 coming out, the 9 is fairly likely to come out, but no one has it yet. Dealer Ricci here, Ricci Pinfu, waiting on 6-9. Of course, we just saw the 6s pwned, and 2 of those 9s are absolutely locked in Eric's hand. It will never come out.
Yeah, the Dora now coming out of Nathaniel's hand, which really hurts the value of that Cheetoy, but it would have been a hell weight anyway.
Well, that situation of, is pushing Cheetoy Ishan 10 really worth it against a Dealer Ricci?
Definitely not anymore, but there's no safe tiles either. I mean, the
I didn't want to throw the 3-so on the Ipatsu turn. And normally the rule is if you're going to force it the turn after Ipatsu, you might as well just jam it. But looking for a little bit of extra information. Now, 3-pin is kind of making the 1-2 pretty safe. And yeah, we seem to see the hand moving that direction.
Yeah, the 3-pin caught all 4 3-pin.
Could see a call for Tenpai here. And we will. We see a 2-5 Tanyao.
Are all of them
the 2
visible?
and 5. Yeah, they're all visible. That is a dead weight.
Well, they're all enhanced. It's not totally dead.
There's the sumo. Ricci Sumo Pinfu. No aura, but Huang will continue, and now 1,000 points off first place. That's a pretty good starting in here with a Chun, a Dora, decent shades, maybe 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku. Lots of potential. On the right, you have a pair and an Anko, but not too much else. You're kind of thinking, do I float the Honitsu here? Now cuts the East instead of the 9 pin. I think I just given up the 9 and at least kept the option open because I don't like anything here. Across the way, definitely feels like a Pinfu type hand, also keeping that 3-pin weight in case a Dora comes. And on the left, again, feels like a Pinfu type hand, but need to pull on the 6-so and preferably the 4-mon. There's our Chunpon from the dealer.
Oh, interesting. Taking less than 5 blocks to not cut away from the very nice Ryeonman pairs in Monzu and Sozu.
That or deciding that the only time you're going to take that 5th block is you add a Dora or a 1-pin. And kind of an awkward position because you may end up Tonki on that 3. But speaking of 3s, one is drawn by Simon. Ricci Dora waiting on 3-mon. And one just came out from the dealer, but the other is pretty locked in. I think this weight's actually dead.
Essentially.
Unless it comes out from someone, it is dead at this point.
Tenpai for Nathaniel on the left, waiting on 4-so, 7-so. That is Tanya
And
Aldora 1.
they're all locked in hands too, but that seems a lot more likely to come out because it might just naturally overflow from Huang's hand here.
And I do.
Ooh,
Eric
could switch to a three-sided way. Doesn't want to, though.
could take the. Yep, takes the 3-peen Tonki. Huang does.
And that is also dead.
If Huang draws a 1-so, which is still possible, there's one left in the wall, that is when that 4-so would flow out of hand.
No, wouldn't. I think you take the Nobeton Sanshoku then.
Rather than ensuring the... Yeah, because then you could wait
I'd absolutely
on...
throw the 3 there. I mean, it's never great to throw something near... Well,
there it
now
is.
we're about to see.
It's going to be one deal in or the other. Oh, wait.
Well, considering the 3 was his own winning tile, I don't think that deals into anyone.
Oh, it was his.
Yeah, it was an awkward Tonki waiting on the 3. But the 4 so would be a Sanshoku Dora Chun.
And you still get the Chun Dora on the 1-so win.
But the 4 so is completely dead, and there is only one 1-so left. Oh, no, that's dead as well. It was discarded by Nathaniel fairly early.
And
Tempai on the right if you dare push it. Actually, yeah, you don't even have to because the 5 came out. A bit of a shift there from Nathaniel. This 5 doesn't feel... it's Nakasuji. It's not that bad.
No, it's totally safe against Nathaniel and Simon.
Oh, yes. Well, we know Eric's pushing. We just don't know with what yet. Similarly, there comes the 5-so. South passes, and if this 3 is pushed, which it is, we have 4 players Tempai.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, and because of that, since nobody collected that Ricci stick, that does leave Simon and Huang tied. Simon with a pretty good head start to get that stick back, though, with the starting hand across the table.
I'd say the hand on the right looks almost as good, though. But we'll start with dealers normal, especially with that draw. Feels like a 789 Sanshoku. The question is, can you get anything else from it? And the answer is probably not, especially given the speed of these other hands. On the right, might even see a Honroto.
It's distinctly possible. That's helping.
I mean, I think you just go for it now. Yeah, definitely looking for, at minimum, Chanta, Haku, Hatsudora. Ooh.
Yeah, you gotta keep the Chun
I like
here.
this. Now, I think the 8 will get called, and the 9 will flow out eventually, and the Chun comes out, and then this gets very exciting very quickly.
Well, the 9 doesn't have... Well, okay, the 9 will flow out because the other 9's
throw it. That gets called. We're going to see the North come out. Ooh, sees the 6 come out. Wants to keep the North safe for now. But as mentioned, we are Tempai on the right, but all those 3s are locked in the hand of the left.
Well, they're not...
The question is, what do you do with that shape?
Yeah, it's not necessarily locked. A 3-mon could flow out of that hand. Do you take the Toy or keep the Chanta?
Takes the Toy. Ooh, Tempai across the way as well now for that Honit. Oh, that would deal in, and it will. Sha Chun Honitsu will be a Mongon, and you also have the Ricci stick and the 600 for Homba, and Simon is just safe. Like I said, all Simon had to do going into these games was just not take a couple bad 4s. That's the kind of result you want.
But again, this is really making things tough for Nathaniel.
Yeah,
and
Nathaniel needs the person who's probably the happiest. The person who's the happiest by this result right now is Jeremy.
Oh yes. Eric and Nathaniel being in a very bad position right now is huge for him.
And so we haven't even talked about his hand. We already have a Tempai on the right. This is Chun Atazuke for 2,000. And honestly, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't just come out the instant someone gets to Tempai, or even just draws it.
I mean, you could be concerned about a Atazuke on the left from Huang.
Yeah, now Huang's hand is starting to look like Toy Toy, but of course, the hilarious hand is it could also be Sanshku Doko, but they don't know that. Tenpai across the way now.
Actually, we were joking about Flowbook 1 the other night. Dustin and I were, and this could have been a Flowbook 1 play, honestly. Call the one so, call the one mon, and just expect that you'll get another one peen at some point.
Eric, because of that second call, is very hesitant on this tune. It would deal in, but not to the person he would necessarily expect.
Yeah, Simon's hand might just look like just a normal Tanyao. And
Yeah,
possibly
that's
Tanyao
kind of what
Adora.
you do have that early Forso, which is a little suspicious, but I think it'd be fine. Now you see, Huang, if you call this, you would not have a Yaku. So Will Call is probably playing for what, Rinsha Nomi?
If you're able to draw one so or one mon.
Well, I don't see any other reason to call that, especially having broken the 3-pin pair. Your
You can
Toy
still
Toy
get a
is
one
kind
pin.
of gone now. Well, of course, you have the other problem of if the one pin is in a hand, you really expect to come out. Doesn't matter. There's our sumo by Nathaniel, and keeps at least a little bit of a lead over Eric. But this is not the type of big score either of them is looking for.
Well, Eric being in last does make this less of a bad result for Nathaniel.
Well, yes, because as mentioned, the win condition for both of them is either A, be ahead of your direct competition, or be ahead of Jeremy, who is already done with their games. We have dealer here with a few pairs. Shapes aren't great. There's no value. I think I meant even like Chi 7 Mon if it came out. I hate almost everything about that hand. On the right, we're seeing it looks like an Itsu forming in Mon. The rest of the shapes aren't great, though. Across the way, significantly better shapes, but still no value. And on the left, probably the best hand, but even so, the 8-so is a very much a choke point for that hand. Now Ishan 10 on the left, but would be bad weight Richi Dora. And dealer is now Ishan 10 for Chitoy.
None of these are fantastic weights, though. Even if you get it, so you'd probably end up waiting to call Ricci. I guess 8mon isn't horrible.
Yeah, but
not
you likely be
preferred.
reaching the 6 mon, so that's not great either.
I mean, I would want to hold the 6mon just in case I'm able to draw a 9mon.
I do like the 4-so cut there, the 8-so 4-so. If you are not reading this as Chitoy, the 7-so would be a very logical cut. But instead, we see a bit of a shift there from Eric. Does not like anything about the shapes of this hand.
Yeah, I would cut the West here just to try and disguise that this is Chitoy a little bit, not make it too obvious. It already kind of feels like it, although these could all be efficient cuts theoretically.
Well, there goes the Tenpai. Eric could have been Tenpai with that 6-so draw. Doesn't want it, though. And honestly, given that 3 of the 8-so route, it makes sense. You don't want to be waiting on that hell weight 8-so. Of course, I say that, and Eric's going to draw it next turn. Okay, that's a lot better. You can work with the 4.
Doesn't keep it, though. I mean, what would you discard?
You have a pretty
instead?
good shape with a 6-6-6-7. So you could accept the 7 mon, the 8 mon, the 9 mon, all sorts of options here.
That's interesting. Now, do you discard the 7p now and angle for a possible? I mean, doesn't, but could have hedged.
I would have hedged the
Ipeco.
Ipeco.
Or Ipeco for that matter, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be bad weight no matter what, but Ipeco Dora 2 sounds like a good way to maneuver this hand. Instead takes what I think that's the wider Ishan 10, keeping the 7 pin there. plus the upper pin haven't come out from anyone. You see the 7 just came out from Juan a couple turns ago, but that's it. Oh, yeah, I'd really like to be on a Peko right now.
A quick update for everyone. If you are personally watching the A1 match, cover your ears because spoilers. Beechin got an absolutely massive 42.2 first place. Everyone else went negative. Kenyon with negative 4.9, Steve with negative 11, and Luce with negative 26.3. So things very interesting now after that first match.
Yeah, Beechin jumps into first, and there is a 4-pin draw on the left for Eric, and is a little afraid to throw those lower pin tiles now, and that's certainly understandable. With the Ricci, and especially given the 5 set. Oh, just sumo. There's another Ipatsumo.
That is the second for Huang.
Ricci,
No
Ipatsu,
for the
sumo,
Hanuman
Dora, but yeah, that's a Mongon. And now if you're both Eric or Nathaniel, you're starting a little worried because it's South 2, and you haven't seen much of anything. But we start with Nathaniel. This will be his last dealer turn in South 2. Looks like he went through the Sanshoku. You'd love to add Junchan to this as well. I see a lot of value here, but that's always the thing with Junchan is you need the very specific tiles to be able to complete it. On the right, yeah, I mean, the shapes are all there, but there's just not much value. Across the way, well, that looks like a much better hand. We see the Haku call. Hatsu will be called. The question is, how else can you get value from it? Can you go Honitsu? Do you try to add Chanta so you draw like 8-10? Lots of directions that hand could go. Of course, Eric is known for a bunch of cheap, quick hands, especially when he doesn't like the shapes. But that 5-pin may push you a bit more towards Honitsu. On the left, we see 2 Dora. So I think you're looking for the Hughes to call, and the rest of this hand has bad shapes but callable ones. Especially if you can draw. Well, okay, just draw that 7 great. So yourself. That's one of them. Now, I think the 6 Mon is a very inefficient cut. Wants to be able to use both Dora for sure.
I would with the Haku call on the left. Yeah, I would definitely want to.
This doesn't matter now. You're going to end up in the same position. This is easy chi. Keeping that Chun as a safe tile, I don't think it's a safe tile. I don't like this at all.
It's gonna become horrifying once the Hatsu comes out.
That's the thing about safe tiles. You have to make sure they're actually safe tiles. Otherwise, you've just put a dead weight in your hand. Well, there's the other 2. Now Tempai on 7-pin for Tanyudora 2. And 7-pin 1 is fairly locked in. Ooh. And especially if you draw the Chun, there's no way that 7 doesn't come out. So you don't know, but you really don't want to draw Chun here if you're Eric. I just throw the 4. The Suji actually makes this look even safer. Dealer now has a pretty good Ishan 10. It is a perfect Ishan now for Ricci and potentially Pinfu and potentially Dora.
Simon was...
Having cut the 9, of course you draw the 7 next. That's always how this works, isn't it?
Simon's hesitation was probably reading Honitsu from Eric, just kind of wondering, okay, could that Honitsu be Tempai given there's no overflow, but with 2 calls, it's still always possible.
Yes, on average, you're not going to be Tempai, but is it really something you want to gamble on? Now, you see the pawn here of the 8 so will be waiting on Dora, and this actually makes sense because 1 Mon is dead. So the only remaining tiles are the 2, 4. And there's a Khan!
Eric, the Khan!
And the Chun comes out.
Hatsu.
Yeah, doesn't want to throw that 3 so into the hand, into Simon's hand on the left. We'll hold it for now. I think with the early 3, the 5 should look fairly safe, so it does get pushed. But the question is, can Nathaniel win that last 4 Mon? There is just the 1 in the wall.
The 3-so comes out of Eric's hand, and
Do we
that
see another
17
con?
is now incorporated.
Nathaniel could con here. Does!
Flips the 7-so as the new Dora, which doesn't help anybody.
Nope, they're all
actually-
gone, I believe.
Yeah, they're gone. All 4.
The other thing is it does provide at least a bit of a wall if you want to play defensively here. Especially having seen the 5 and the 4 pass, 6 and 7 are very safe now, even with the Dora potentials. Now that 3 is very dangerous. And yeah, Simon says, I have no reason to fight this hand, so I'm just going to run here. And really tough decision here for Nathaniel. It does push it, though. And will be the only player Tempai at the end here.
Which was probably not expected.
No, I guarantee you Nathaniel figured at least 2, and maybe Huang was Tempai as well.
As it is, though, that is a massive Ryoko. God dang it!
Kyoku.
I cannot do it.
Yes, and we see the call here of the Haku for Nathaniel, and it's 3 completed shapes and a call here. So sitting in headless Ishanten, yeah, there's a 9, but effectively you're looking something to connect to that 9-so or the pair up the Southwind here. On the right, 6, 7, 8 Sanchugu seems like the way, but the shapes are pretty bad. Across the way, well, that's a pretty good starting hand. Couple options
I
for
would take
Reiko
this.
there.
And discard
Yeah,
9
you absolutely take it.
Absolutely wait on the
And this South is going to come out from Simon, unless the 4th one in the entire wall is pulled in.
Oh, wow. What a draw for Eric. Do you toss 8-9 Mon? Or just the 7-so?
I just cut the 7.
Was thinking about.
I think the South comes out right here, and it does. It will be extra foo. Not something you always think about, but we'll boost this from 1,800 to 2,300 after including. Oh my goodness! Look at this dealer hand.
Wow.
This is the hand Nathaniel was looking for.
The God high, but look across the table is going to have to fight Eric's also.
That is a
hand.
not so fast, my friend, as Eric also has a very strong hand to fight with.
Oh my goodness! What do you go for with Eric's hand?
I mean, I think you just cut the 7 pin here, even as the Dora indicator. Well, Nathaniel upgrades the hand significantly. That is Ishanten would need the 3, 6, and then the 8. You'd love to be able to turn this into an Itsu, but would require a little bit of maneuvering. The hand on the right, well, it's not great, and it's even worse when you look at the rest of these hands. The hand on the left still has potentially Peiko, but just seems behind. I mean, when you see these hands, of course you're behind.
Nathaniel widening the Ishanten, added 7-so acceptance for Tempai. Callable 7-so acceptance, notably.
A bit of a backfire there for Eric. I didn't got the pay earlier, but when you have that type of hand, you're looking to pull, and you're very frustrated at this point. I guarantee Eric
and tosses the 1-so, which does get Nathaniel the Tempai. Waiting 3-so, 6.
And for dealer, that would be 3 Han, 30 Fu, regardless of which side it is 1 on. And, there's our Ricci on the right. That is... that's actually a great draw for Eric. And the question is, what do you cut? You get greedy, gets greedy, figures I'm out of time and I'm in 4th place. So I'm going to push for the value here.
Ooh.
We might see that 5 come out.
Well...
You should throw, because of the pull. Tempai across the way. We now see Mongon. But one of those Chun is basically locked up in Simon's hand. I don't see any way it comes out here. Can't make the change here because you would be 4-10 on that 9.
There's a 3-so.
Very unfortunate.
And that's horrible for Eric. It's a deal into the direct competitor. So
6,400. I don't know how you could avoid that. That's just really unfortunate. And not only does it give Nathaniel that win, it pushes Nathaniel over 30,000. So Eric would be paying out a monster with a minus 20 Uma if the scores were to end like this.
And an absolute disaster, especially given Nathaniel, another amazing high pie, has the pair of Haku in hand, the pair of white dragons, which should come out from Simon's
Oh
hand
my
eventually.
goodness, already Ishanten for just Riichi Nomi here.
But can't call for Tenpai, since the call would be a headless Ishanten.
Yeah, you can call, but I don't know that it helps the hand. That's one of those things you always have to consider. Is that's something I talk all the time. Is does your call actually speed up the hand? And people in A1 have learned that, and here I don't think it does.
Well,
okay, now
does,
you can.
Right. The call also had the benefit,
but not the fastest hand. We have Tenpai on the right for Riichi Nomi with 4-7 pin. Oh, and it may come right out. You might throw the 4 first, though. Okay, we'll just fold.
Yeah, not even necessarily a fold. This could just be a Mawashi. Like, if you're, you can very easily get back to Tenpai tossing the pair of Haku. It's not like they were doing much as a pair anyway.
Ooh, we have a monster hand developing across the way for Eric. Guess it would just be Riichi. Oh, well, of course, could go Dora Tonki, especially if you draw the 9 mod. You just go Dora Tonki, and I think would do so if that were the option.
What you'd really like is to draw a Dora, and then you'd have a very cool Antonsu waiting on 6
Oh, that is such an awkward shape, especially having cut the 8 pin a little bit ago. I mean, you see some hesitation there, and just seems to be basically giving up. Doesn't want to push into this. Well, now the 7's safe. So there is still a way back.
Yeah, still Ishanten.
A 3-so doesn't look particularly good, but I always get to the point where I wonder, when am I going to fight? And of course, we still have another game yet, but this is just such a rough position for Eric. Yeah, seems to be hard folding now. Just drew too many things, didn't want to push.
Does the Nakasuji 5 pin look better than the Terminal Suji 9-so with that 7-so drop?
Well, the reason is that 7-so with the potential Shampon, especially on an early Riichi, but we know the answer now, as it is dropped by Simon instead. And now the Doras come out. I think that's what was basically blocking Eric from the start. You see a very wide Ishanten on the left. You get basically any pair up, or that.
That works.
I think you just cut the 4-so. You could cut the 3-so, but then you're just waiting on the Hellway 2-so. Yeah, we'll throw the 4, and is now waiting on the 5-so, which is Nakasuji. For Tanya only. Oh, that 6 looks bad, though. That I might fold on, and yet maneuvers it. Is still Tenpai waiting on that 6. There are, of course, none of those left. There's a Kabe of the 8, so the 9 should be pushed. It is.
Yeah. Well, the 6 pin was actually one chance as well, given that there were 3 5 pin discarded, but that of course means less in the final row.
Yeah, I do not trust one chance this late. But we do see 2 players, Tenpai, and Nathaniel is perfectly fine to pass the dealer on. As we move to South 3. And look at that hand. Eric got what he was looking for. You'd really like some of those honors to pair up, but there is potential here. And Eric has just been completely empty in terms of draws. But in the meantime, Hong has a pretty good hand as well with a potential Riichi Pinfu, maybe an Peiko. Across the way, looks like possibly Peiko. You do need to throw in that 3-pin Penchant just like that. And on the left, that feels like a Riichi Pinfu Tanya Dora. And Eric just can't get those tiles to pull in. Is just going for a Pinfu at this point, given there is a Dora now in the hand. You'd really like to get a lot more from this, but you're not getting the Chinitsu. They're just not coming. It's only drawn one Sotile. And now Nathaniel has a hand that you could call for just Tanya Dora. Yeah, Nathaniel is not particularly thrilled with. Oh, there's our first Tempai across the way. Simon gets a Ricci Dora waiting on 7-pin. And you don't have really any information here. I don't know what you throw. We might even see a Potsu deal in.
I mean, 7-pin wouldn't be would definitely not be my first choice from that hand.
I would throw the 1-pin. Instead, trust the Sotogawa on the earlier 4. But I think 4 and then Chun does not make that 3 feel good to me.
Yeah, I mean, we had an argument the other night, not you and I, but others of us did, about what constitutes Sotogawa, and I really don't think there's any situation in which you can call that 3-mon Sotogawa. It is not like, it is technically outside of the 4-mon, but it is not itself an outside tile, really. And like from a 4-mon, that could so easily be a natural,
especially because the Chun is the Ricci tile. That so often means that the previous tile is locking a shape in. But there's only one 7-pin left. And interestingly, Eric has now built this towards an Itsu. And I think, no, that is not Tempai yet. Still kind of fishing for a head. We'll keep the option. Gives up on the... Oh, let's see. I don't like that Tuso. Oh, no! Yeah, I think if you're going to do that, you cut the 9-so, but I think it would have been a little more aggressive regardless of his hand. Very unfortunate, though, to draw the 1-so immediately afterwards. Dorotanki on the Itsu or even the 2-5 weight, Ricci Pinfu Itsu would be fine.
There's the 7-pin
there's the sumo. So it doesn't end up mattering. Ricci Sumo Dora and the Ura. And Simon is just sitting there. Now, this is very important. It does knock Nathaniel under 30K. Okay, this is the hand. You'd like a little more value, but I mean, you'll take it if you're Eric. Now, the question is, can you get Chitoi out of it? Well, probably not now.
Do you con?
Eric decides not to. Again, is probably looking for an excuse to go Honitsu Chitoi with this.
I feel...
Would I con?
Honestly, I think I would have conned. I like the extra foo. Because you get 16.
Yeah, it's specifically the extra foo. I'm just not seeing any other value in this hand. And a con here would at least give you something. I guess it boosts it to 39, which isn't great.
Well, but you also have any pin tile becoming Dora would make you happy.
Yes. I could call that 8 in theory, but then you'd be effectively no 10. So definitely a good pass there. And we haven't even talked about it, but the rest of these hands aren't bad either. On the right, that's already Ishan 10, looking to call that Chun. Across the way, that is Ryanshan 10, but decent shapes. On the right, looking for, well, a whole bunch of stuff. Great shapes all over the place, maybe even Toy Toy, but I don't think it has a reason to go that far. Now we have a hand on the left. I think you just got 5-so, because you're actually... I believe you're actually Chito Ishan 10. Breaks the shape, and I don't like that. I think you cut the 5-so.
I would have cut 5-so as well there.
Well, now I think you just pawn that. Are we going to see the complete sellout for Toy Toy? No, just wants the hand over with. I think that's a play, especially with this league, especially where you are in the league. Well, may end up Toy Toy anyway. We'll see.
I mean, when you just can't help but draw pairs and
Anko. Oh my goodness, and does. Wow. Okay, we'll take the cheap weight though.
And it's going to immediately get
immediately. And it's just so unfortunate for Eric. Just didn't draw anything the whole time. I think there were a couple places where he could have fought a little more aggressively, but other than that, it's just ugh. But the big story here is Simon is now completely clear. Huang has a very respectable second place. Nathaniel takes a small minus, and Eric takes a big fourth. Now,
Yeah.
effectively, this, barring something very strange, Jeremy has now clinched a spot to remain in A1.
Yeah, it would require a um
Both
a
them going
50
first
point
and
set
second,
from
and I think both
someone.
would have to be over like 55,000 at this point.
Well, over 80, you would need a second place over like 70,000 because you'd only get the +5 UMA and you still have to pass
Oh
Jeremy.
yeah. Oh yeah.
So
Jeremy's basically safe now. So the
I
fight is now between Eric and Nathaniel.
in a pure direct head-to-head fight. Now this is what I love. I love when fights come down this way because with the way everything worked out, they are only separated by 15.3 points. So the margins where placement does not determine the final ranking here are very narrow. Like they're either going to be, you're less than 10,000 apart in second and third, and either there's only one player in first or one player in fourth, or you are separated by any of one positions and you are less than 5,000 apart. Any
Mm.
other scenario, and it's just going to be pure placement decides who stays in A1 and who goes down to A2, which is so much fun to watch when things end up that way.
I am seeing a break in between games, so I guess we can take a peek at the other A1 until we see something pop up. We will switch back to the series we were just looking at when it starts, but we still have at least 5 minutes. So let's take a look at the Steve Kenyon Bishan loose table.
I am going to take this opportunity to duck out very quickly, but I will be right back.
As mentioned, Bishan won the first game and is now in the top position in the ARML. Now, ignore the highlights on the right. This is a quick game we were peeking in at. We will go back and we can actually see the action return. But we can see a tempai for Kenyon on the left for Chundora. Could now switch here, but you would have to cut a Dora. Could also throw the 5. Could even fold here. Dealer's hand is a bit rough. The Ricci is on the right. That is a Ricci Pinfu waiting on 4-7. Of course, you see all the 4s and one of the 7s. And Bishan is trying to maneuver that into tempai, but the tiles aren't letting him just yet. Oh, that's 6-0. Yeah, just gets out of there. Oh, there's the 7. We could also see a shift. You could cut the 8 and keep tempai here and would not deal in. Instead, just follows and will fold out. Steve is the Ricci here, just basically waiting for that 7 mon to come. There are 2 now in the hand of the left. And this is always a problem when you're folding, is you have to have information, and Steve's discards give you absolutely nothing. Could see an Itsu Tempai, yeah, here for loose, waiting on that 5 mon, but those are completely gone at this point. Okay, and from looks of it, the previous A1 table has started. We'll be jumping back there in a couple minutes. As I mentioned, this will just be a quick peek at the championship table. We'll be more involved in them afterwards. And you see everyone else fold out to the 2 Ricci's, and Steve and Lewis will net 1,500 points. Well, I guess net 500 because they will lose the Ricci 6 to the middle. And dealer here is Steve, has that Chun pair, but I think everyone's focused on the 2,300 in the middle. I think you just call and go here. On the right, maybe a 2-4 Sanshaku. I think it's similarly a call and go. You don't really like the 1 Han, but with 2,300 in the middle, that 1 Han all of a sudden 3,300. Across the way, the shapes aren't great. You do have 2 completed runs, but the rest of it has a lot of work to do. There's the Chun call. And on the left, we see an uncle of the 9 so. That's actually Ishunten already. Would be Richinomi, but again, 2,300 is a lot. You're going to take it. Well, that 2 actually massively improves the shape here for Steve. Also gives an outside shot at the 2-3-4 Sanshoku. That's not necessarily what you're thinking about immediately. And there's the call, the 4. As Steve takes Ishunten, we'll need 3 pin and 2-5 so. We see another Dora there for loose. And now Tempai for the dealer, waiting on 3 pin. There are 2 on the wall still. Until we will jump back after this hand ends. Not too much going on. Everyone's kind of stuck in that situation. You like, I need that 1 tile. You do have that extra 3 in Bishan's hand, but because it connects to a potential Dora shape, may not come out. You just got the 2-mon here. Instead cuts the 7 so, which is safe, of course. And there's another 3, but fits in the hand at least for now. So the 3 pin is actually dead. Steve cannot win this hand unless either A, changes the weight, or B, it comes out from someone.
That second 3-pin just got incorporated into Beechan's hand.
There's our Tempai across the way. That is a Richidora on 7 so. We see 2 of them out and 1 in the hand, so only 1 left on the wall.
Still more than Steve's got. Ooh.
I believe that's Tempai on the left, and it is, waiting on the 5-8 so. We see a whole bunch of these in discards already. The 8 so is effectively dead. There are 2 5 so left, so it could come out. I mean, this is always the issue for Steve. Steve now has a pretty garbage weight, but with 4,300 in the middle, you'd push basically anything. And there's the 5.
The 5 so.
And Loose gets the win here. Richidora 2. No aura, but we'll be in first place. We are now ready to jump back into.
I'm ready.
This is the moment you are scared of. This is the game that will determine it all for Eric or Nathaniel. As mentioned, Jeremy is pretty much we only missed a few discards here, so everything's fine. Dealer
Nathaniel
has
used to this. Eric not. Eric has been very cushy in all of the seasons so far. This is the first time he is fighting for his life.
Yes, beautiful Ishunten there on the left, but I guess that's Richie, Pinfu, Tanyo, Ipeco. So lots of value there for Nathaniel. Dealer's hand is looking for a 3-4-5 Sanshoku to really pull it together. On the right, looks like a Pinfu type hand, but you have bad shapes. And I guess it can't be Pinfu anymore now. Everything's kind of locked up. Across the way, that feels like an attempt at Kokoshi. Simon at this point has no interest in getting involved in this game. Just as long as you don't take a monstrous 4th, it doesn't matter. So maybe even trying to shoot for the championship. But that may be a bit of a stretch.
9 unique terminals and honors for those interested in counting for Simon.
Which isn't a good feeling when you're on turn 8. That's a borderline. Do I go for Kokoshi on turn 1 and now says forget it? We're going Chitoi. Maybe even Chitoi Honroto. Or even just Honroto, depending on what else comes.
Being all terminals and honors. Nathaniel cannot find Tempai here.
I think I would have called that 5 mon.
This 6-peen is not a deal in tile, for those who are curious. It's just a tile that
Dora
Jeremy's
is
like
heated.
really
Will get
interested
called. And everyone's kind of wondering, okay, what on earth is Simon doing now?
Yeah,
It definitely looks
Simon's
like a
discards.
Honitsu.
A Honitsu where your first discard was from the Honitsu suit.
And then a late 1 mon discard. I'd be completely confused. I would assume it's a Toy because that's the only thing that makes sense to me.
So this is Ricci Tanyao for Nathaniel, but it's only Tanyao on a 6-peen win. We lost Pinfu with the 4th 4-peen being drawn. There are still 2 9-peen and 2 6-peen left in the wall.
And Simon says, hey, I'll fight this. I have a Dora and now another call. So if the there's the 5 comes out, deals into dealer, and a Tanya will end it all as Huang pulls in 2,500 from Nathaniel. East 1-1, dealer has, well, not great shapes. Kanchan, you have Ryama, but a bunch of floaters. It's just not a great hand. It's not a terrible one, but it's not a good one. On the right, better, not very good though either. You do have a floating Dora as well. Maybe a, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 Sanshuku. Just that's very much a wait and see what it turns into. Across the way, I mean, the shapes are there. I'm just not seeing the value. You do need to fill in that Penchon on the left. I don't know, maybe Itsu in So. Maybe a distant Sanshuku around the 3 somewhere. Okay, now it's Itsu. Now you don't have to think very hard.
An Ishanten for that. Well, not quite, I suppose. It's the shapes are just so weird. It's Ishanten, but not for the Itsu.
Yeah, it'd be Ishanten for Richinomi. And I think if you got that Tempai, you just turn it down.
Well, it's not Richinomi. If you draw a 4-mon, that wouldn't be Richinomi. It'd be Richi Pinfu.
Yeah, you would be able to pull that in. But of course, you could also draw 3 mon. Like, okay, as I said, that would... See, I think I like just cutting the 3. And if you draw like 9 mon, then you can take the extended shape. But instead goes ahead and takes the Tempai here. It is a 3-4 mon wait for Richinomi.
Those are pretty fun waits. And there's the 4
Oh, and there's the
backfire.
And Simon's trying to decide whether to trust the 8 so and will. Nine so's always feel like a terrible draw on a 5 Ricci because so often that's cut from a 5-7-8 shape. Or like I wanted Tanyao, but if it's not coming, it's not coming. I think the 8 so is safe, so that's what I expect to come out, and it does. Now that is a Tempai across the way, but that would be a really ugly one. Richinomi waiting on the 3 mon, instead throws the 1 back.
But neither the 8-peen nor the 5-peen look particularly safe.
I don't know, the 8 looks fine to me.
I mean, but just, I don't know. Does it? Not a
with
lot
the
of
early with 6 and then 3, sure, seems fine to me.
Oh yeah.
Now, if you're thinking something's happening on Eric's side, then maybe. No, we actually have a 4-10 wait across the way on 4-7. The 4s are all gone, just needing to pull in a 7, but must sumo.
That's not Furrington. Oh no, the 4-peen. I see. I was looking at the called 4-peen. And I was like, no, Nathaniel discarded that, but there's also one in the discards, huh?
Sumo.
Oh, but gets it!
Well, just sumo. That has been more or less our running theme in ARML. It does make things more convenient if you don't have to rely on anyone else to finish your hands. When we move to East 2, dealer has pretty good hand here, looking for potentially Winter through Sanshuku, just Pinfu, pair up the door, really lots of options here. On the right, it's not good, but it's not like terrible. You have a lot of paths, especially in Parapa Yakuhai, Parapa Dora. Across the way, kind of the same situation, but you have much more defined shapes. On the left, now that's by far the best hand here. You're looking for a 678 Sanchiku. It's actually Ishan 10 for it already. Well, draws the cheap end. We'll take the Ricci Pinfu, though.
Waiting on 6-mon, 9-mon.
Yeah, 6-9, and there are still 5 in the wall.
Now, if you're Nathaniel, do you just assume that you're going to go for a fold here and hope that Huang sumos?
I am
Draws the
fine
gap?
letting the dealer, especially who is your direct competition, do your work for you.
That 6-mon fits into Eric's hand.
Yeah, it doesn't like to penchant. I agree with that. Of course, it may end up backfiring because, especially if you see the 6-pin fall into Eric's hand, that would be a Ricci Pinfu Dora 2 for dealer, 3-sided. Now you can even potentially upgrade to an Ipeco with that 7-mon. Well, I think he's cut 7-8. Yeah, seems perfectly fine to me. And that's the issue, is if you don't sumo those tiles, eventually they will start falling into other people's hands, and that looks like what's happening here.
Still 2 left in the wall, though.
Good call for... Oh, that's a bit unfortunate for Eric. Draws the wrong end. And there's another one of those 6-9, so it is now down to 1 tile left in the wall. Just 1 6-mon.
There it is!
And there it is!
Gets it!
Ricci Sumo Pinfu. And an Uradora. And Huang is sitting in pretty good position. And it's very important we pay attention to the fight between Eric and Nathaniel. If they're both underneath, then the spread needs to be, let's do some math here, 5.3 is the split if they are to end up third and fourth in the current positions where there are only 2 under 30K. I guess it wouldn't matter even if there were 3 under 30K. Yeah, there is a very outside shot they both fall under Oliver, but I don't think that's realistic at this point. We'd have to start seeing someone pull an 80,000 point win, which this table is capable of.
Yeah, them both being underneath 30K only matters if another person is also below 30K, in which case being in second and third would require a 10.3 separation instead of 5.3, as there's only 5 points difference between second and third UMA.
Right, but with third and fourth, it wouldn't matter if there are 2 under, right. 3 under, it's 5 or 15 either way. Regardless, exactly. Dealer here is in a very good situation. Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao, maybe Peiko Dora 2, all sorts of options. Maybe even a Rion Peiko shift. We'd love to see that happen somewhere. On the right, looks like just kind of a Ricci. I'm not seeing anything else. Ricci Nomi, most likely. Across the way, that is building towards an Ipeco. Also have that Chun pair. Now a Chun Onko, so you have some value here. Do you cut the... Okay, goes for the greedy play. Long wants that potentially Peiko. I think I kind of would like to keep the 2-mon if you're just going to go for Honitsu. But regardless, pulls it... Oh, there's your 2. This would be so amazing if you had the other 2. Rion Peiko, Honitsu Chun would be absolute... Ooh.
I don't see a lot of reason to... I don't see a lot of reason to throw that 2-mon back. You've already thrown the 8-pin. Why not discard the 7-pin and just keep that 2-mon in hand? It gives you acceptance of the 1-mon and 4-mon.
Well, you also don't have a pair, but I'd still get rid of the 7 regardless. And the hand on the left, the only one you can get to yet was just Eric's. It's just Ricci, maybe Ricci Dora. You'd like to pull in an 8 Mon, maybe turn this into Pinfu.
Oh, there's the Rionpeiko
Ooh,
possibility.
that is now. Yeah, we'll Dama this.
One so, four
Pinfu
so.
Dora 2, possibly Pinfu Ipeco Dora 2.
And
Tanyao.
Tanyao.
And there's a 2 so on the left as Eric is now in a pretty wide Ishan 10. What? The 7? What? I just cut the East.
Is
I'll
that
be honest.
7
I don't
Mon?
understand that discard.
Is it Sakagiri?
I think. I don't know.
I'm not. I'm not
Maybe
sure about
trying to
that
set up a
discard
trap,
either.
but it's not like Montage are ever going to look safe against that pond, almost no matter what you do going forward. We do have Tempai across the way, now waiting on that 7 Mon.
Well, and Simon called Ricci waiting on 5-peen 3 so, which.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you're going to do
granted,
that, I like the Intotsu more. But I think I would have just stayed Dama.
Yeah, and the extra value that you can get from the Pinfu, like I don't feel like abandoning it for the Tanyao to ensure Tanyao anyway.
And Eric's probably just folding at this point. There's a possibility to shift towards an Itsu. I will say that 3 so in Nathaniel's hand looks very dangerous, kind of floating there. It looks so safe with that Kabe, and they're seeing all those 4s come out. Could still do a Penchon, though, so that may be the only way to save it.
A weight
We see a
shift
call
for
on the left as Eric is trying to get towards K-Ted. Oh, there's a 5. And Huang normally just pushes this.
On a normal day. Is this a normal day?
But you see hesitation here. And says, no, forget it. Not this time. He saves himself at least a Mungon. Because that would be Ricci, Tanya, Dora 3.
Oh, there's the 4 so. That really
that is
helps
Tempai on the right. Just have to push the 2. It is now Dama.
5 Mon, 8 Mon.
And that 6 so looks very scary. Oh, there's the
5-peen
sumo. Just sumo. Ricci, sumo, Tanya, Dora 3. That is a Hanemon. No Ura, but Simon's out around 50,000. And has a great starting end here with 2 Dora, great shapes, Ricci, Pinfu, maybe Peiko, Dora 2. On the right, we see, well, a Toitsu hand, so you're looking for an excuse to turn it into Toi Toi Chun. If it just ends up as Chun, I guess you'd take it. Across the way, looks like a Pinfu hand. Shapes are pretty good there as well. And on the left, we see the pair of Pei, so that is the Yaku high for the North player, so you could just call for the 2000 or draw it yourself, and is now Tempai, Ricci, Pei, Dora. Of course, Sumo would be extra Fu, but I guess it wouldn't matter because Sumo would be Mongon anyway. Waiting on that 3-pin Penchon. It is unlikely to come out from anyone else as it is right by the Dora. This is exactly the type of shape where even a Penchon here would be fairly normal.
Simon's hand,
Simon
though.
may just run it down, though.
I mean, this
is always the problem you have when your pond isn't really telling much information. Is if people can't fold, they'll oftentimes just push. Wow, Simon now Ishanten. Well, no, not quite Ishanten for Suwanko, but Ishanten for Ipeco on top of everything else. Yeah, it does cut the 6. We'll be pushing aggressively here. Ryan Shanten for the Suwanko. Could just pawn, go for the Toi Toi.
Yeah, when you know that Eric is going to just drop everything, that makes calling things like the 6 so a bit easier.
Well, plus the 6-0's Nakasuji. I'd expect it to come out from anyone, honestly. Well, we haven't mentioned it, but it's an Ishanten across the way for Huang. And oh no, that one pin, if you would have called the 3-0 earlier, that would have come out from Eric, and you could have then pwned that and been in Tempai for Toy Toy Dora 3. But again, Simon has no reason to get involved in the mix here. Could have seen a call for K10 there by Huang. Doesn't want any part of. Oh, there's our Tempai. Ricci, Peiko, Dora 2. Could even Dama. Cut the 3-so Dama. I think that may be the right play here. Yeah, waiting on the Gimbutsu 4-so.
Incredible.
For Ipeiko Dora 2.
Oh, and there's a
Tempai across the way.
And that's going to be a chase.
Yeah, but it fits into that hand. And waiting on the Gimbutsu 2 pin on the 2-5 weight. The 2 is actually dead as it is locked in Eric's hand.
So only one 5 pin left in the wall for Huang. And that's total. There's no anybody dealing in here. It's just the one 5 pin.
And still 3 pin, and we haven't seen them.
I mean, there's not much more time for them to be drawn here.
Yeah, they're hard dead walled.
There's one.
There's one of them. But I don't think that's ever coming out here, especially with the 6 having.
There's the other. One more.
Oh, that's just so unfortunate for Eric. That feels like how Eric's season has gone. Because there's nothing you do about that. You take the great weight, you're way out in front of everyone, someone eventually chases you down, they're all super deep in the wall, and you miss them anyway. They go to the 2 players that can't let you win on it.
An incredible starting hand for Nathaniel here. Exactly what you wanted on this dealership, especially with 2,600 in the middle.
Dealer's actually Shunta. That's ridiculous. You see the West come out, could get called by Simon, but there's necessarily Yaku. We'll keep the Ishanten for Chitoy.
Well, I mean, I feel like the Yaku would be either South or Toy Toy. You had 5 pairs.
Well, it's not South because we're in East 4.
Oh, God, it's still East 4? How? Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That was my thought, too. You didn't call it over for that? Wait, that says East 4. Never mind. The dealer has a monster hand here, especially if you can pull one of the Zonkos or even like a 3-mon would be a great draw. Actually, I look at it. A 3-mon would be an amazing draw because then you can even potentially add the 2, 3, 4 Sun should go on top of everything. On the right, now we have a pair of East 2 Dora, so lots of value there. Across the way, that we now see a Penchant filled in, but still not much value. Look for that Ricci Dora, maybe some sort of shift in Mon for Pinfu or Ipeiko. And on the left, as mentioned, that's just a Chitoy Ishan.
Nathaniel now taking the Ryanman Ishanten. Oh, there's Tempai. Finally gets there on turn 6.
Yep, Ricci, Pinfu, and with 3,600 in the middle, everyone has a reason to push except for Simon.
And with a 5-mon, 8-mon weight, which the only tiles we see from that is the Unko of 8-mon in Eric's hand, although we do see another 8-mon drawn into Gimmick's hand, but that fits in perfectly well.
Yes, now just waiting for that 5-mon like that. Ricci, Sumo, Pinfu, and an Uradora, and Nathaniel is in a very good position now. If the scores ended like this, Nathaniel would go to remain in A1, and Eric, the inaugural Beta League champion, would go down. But we still have a lot of Mahjong to play.
Yeah, we're in East 4, Homba 3, so things getting wild over here. There's a Haku pawn for Huang.
Huang looking for an excuse to end this dealer turn with 3 home, but you just don't want the dealer getting out of reach here. And dealer's hand isn't great. You have Ryankon, also a potential Penchon in there, 2 Penchons, and a Kanchan, just kind of yuck all over. You see potential for it, but there's also no value. So it's not like you're fighting for anything either. Across the way, maybe potential Itsu in pin. Shapes aren't good, very good though. On the left, Kanchan. I guess there's a couple of Riyaman. Okay, that now all of a sudden that hand looks a lot better. Now you have a potential, especially if you can pair up, say, the 6-0 or 8-0, Ricci, Pinfu, Tanya, Dora, and that would be a Mungan, of course. And there's the Chi. Wait, what? Why the
Not
6-0 cut? I don't see
Yeah.
the. Oh, looking for the 2-4 Sanshuku.
Mhm.
Looking for the open Sanshuku, of course. You just have this feeling the 5-0 is going to get drawn any second now.
It seems kind of like fate. Although if you drew it now, it wouldn't be the end of the world because you could still
Well, okay, if
There it
someone
is.
throws it for you, there you go. Now Sanshuku Dora waiting on that 3-mon. And you do see an extra one in Eric's hand, which might float out, especially given going for a 3-4-5 Sanshuku of his own and deals in. And 2,900, and it just gets worse and worse for Eric. One of the big things that would help, though, is knocking Nathaniel back down a bit. Honestly, if Long went on a tear, that'd be fine for Eric. But doesn't have a particularly great hand. Maybe a Ricci, Pinfu, Tanya, and then either Dora or Sanshuku. On the right, looks like a Tanya type hand. Not seeing too much value. Across the way, Chun pair. Shapes aren't terrible, especially now that you fill it in that Penchon. Doesn't get greedy going for the Chanta, just looking for the fast, efficient hand, which you're sitting in first place and in no real danger is definitely the right play. And on the left, I mean, the shapes are there, but you need the tiles to fill it, especially that 5. So you have a bunch of floaters to get rid of. The 1-so doesn't really help. Of course, all those honors are useless.
and just keeps on drawing them too. 4 pairs now for Huang. Oh wait, that's an Anko of 8 so.
Yeah, it's an Onko of 8, so I mean, there is a toy to it, but I don't think so. I think you just call for Tanya if it comes, especially the 2-pin feels like a good call. And of course, you could pass and go for more value. It's going to be very hard to get anything from this if you open for basically anything. But if you draw Dora, that fixes your problem immediately.
And it's starting to get a little bit late to be hanging around. This is Ishanten now.
Yes. Potentially Sun Onko if you take the greedy route and draw one of the pairs into an Onko. We see a
Headless
potential
Ishanten for
shift
Simon.
to Itsu on the left. That 4-so does fit, and now we see the Ishunten for Eric as well. Would like to pull on that Dora and at least get something out of this hand. And another Dora for Huang. This is actually a really tough decision.
I feel like you switch to Chitoy now.
Going for
you
the
could always
greed.
pawn.
Yeah, you could always pawn and cut 8. I'd be fine with that as well.
Huang thinking, or it might be Nathaniel. Yeah,
it's Nathaniel. And Simon's slowly building towards a closed Honitsu Chun, but probably not going to make it there. Especially given the 3-pin is now dead.
That does get in the way. If the 5-pin had come out, do you think Gimmick would have pawned it?
Absolutely. That seems like an easy play. And instead takes this Ishan 10. You're looking for an excuse to pawn the 2 or the 5. And now you can achieve the 4 or the 7. I like this play a lot. The Sun Anko seems it's a long way off here. And we now have Tempai across the way that is Ricci Chun waiting on 2-5-mon.
3 still left in the wall there. And then the 7-mon, there are only 2 left in the wall for Huang.
And that 8 is safe, so yeah, that just gets thrown back. And another one of those folds from Eric, just trying to stay out of danger here.
Oh,
But the sumo
seven-mon
comes in.
into
Tanya
King's
Dora
hand.
2 pulls in the Enchiriki stick and is now back over 35,000.
Yeah, you had said earlier that Eric wouldn't mind Huang going on a tear. I really feel like Huang going on a tear here, especially if it's sumos, benefits Nathaniel more than Eric, because it's Eric who would benefit most from a second, third with 3 people on the same side of 30K already being ahead of Nathaniel,
Doesn't
because that
make
would
any
give him
difference.
5 points of extra room, but...
No, I don't think it makes any difference. It's going to be -5, -15, regardless of whether there are 2 or 3 under 30K. This
No, I'm
gives Eric
saying...
more time to build hands, though.
Well, no, I was saying like if you can drop Huang into 4th, then it does matter. Like there is no scenario in which it matters with Huang in 2nd, but there is a scenario where it matters with Huang in 4th.
Well, when I'm seeing Dealer above me by 22,000, pulling him into 4th is about the last thing in my mind.
It wasn't 22,000 a second ago.
Well, it was still like 14, so it wasn't particularly safe, but it was at least something you could consider. And Eric has done this before, is just will not necessarily take the kind of risk here, so wants these more times to build these better hands.
Yeah,
And
definitely
has been folding very well, but I just wonder, when are you going to take that stand?
I mean,
and made a pretty good one late in the first game, but you still have a few rounds here yet.
for anybody curious, B1 table just finished with a bunch of people around the cut line. Travis took a plus 50.5, Rachel took a plus 11.5, Claire took a plus 3.1, and Matthew took a minus 65.1. Matthew way ahead in B1. That minus 65.1 actually dropped Matthew all the way down to now Matthew, Claire, and Rachel all fighting for to stay in the promotion range, where Matthew looked safe before. So that last hand, if anybody's curious about B1, will be an interesting Hanchan to watch.
Well, look here, Dealer is still Ishunten, looking for that 678 Sanjiku, but it's just not coming. On the right, well, now that is Ishunten. I think that, yeah, you could have gone headless, cutting maybe the 1-3 instead, taking the wider shape. Across the way, yeah, that floating door was just kind of stuck in the hand, so I don't expect Simon to really push this. On the left, we see that Dora pair looking for an excuse to call it. Also, potential 2-3 for Sanshoku. I think he's go to the east here. Yeah, just play efficiently, move on. And Dio's just stuck here in Ishanten Hell, my old home. One that I don't think I ever moved out from, or likely will ever move out from. Oh, that 3-pin's a great upgrade for Simon. But again, with that south in the hand, I just don't think it ever comes out. Could see the chi here. The question is, what do you cut? Yeah, keeping the option open for both the 2-3-4 Sanchuku and Dora 2, or just the south coming out. And there's Tempai for Dealer, would be Richinomi on 3-so.
That is Suji.
And Sunso, there are 2 of those left. Oh, Tempai on the right. Dama is waiting on the 2-so. There are, well, there's one of those 3-so. May come out here because there is an incentive to push for Nathaniel.
Yeah,
Instead,
but
it'll just
Nathaniel
fold out from the 5.
Yeah, Nathaniel was not like well, I guess you did have the Dora, but wasn't particularly close anymore.
But folds correctly and is at least looking to only give the 1,500, although the Dealer Ricci, it always depends on what that aura would be. Oh, okay. 8 is, oh, there's the 2. Does not deal in. Because there is no chase Ricci. Yeah, we'll do this and can now safely. I think you cut the 6-so instead, because that guarantees you have a safe tile next turn, regardless of what you draw. I think the 8-mon's actually a bit of a mistake.
Well, and that's where you were mentioning before that players underestimate if you know you are going to make a call or not going to make a call. Either way, using the call time to think about the future, even, and that would have been a good time to do that for Eric. But it does end Tempai here, and we'll get 1500. That's
Gets a
definitely
safe
good
tile,
for
doesn't
Eric.
have to worry about it. May have been a little worried that Nathaniel might be pushing, but instead both of them pull in 1500, and Eric just not getting hands. Like I look at that, and ew.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty yuck.
Dealer on the other hand has a south pair, maybe an Itsu and Mon even. I think you just call the south and go with it. Across the way, it looks like I don't know, Ricci Dora, maybe an Ipeco in Mon, maybe a distant Suanko, because you're starting to see some pair ups there.
What
And
what
on the
about
left, we see
Sankansu? Why not Sankansu? I feel like that would work.
they exist, but I have only ever seen one in my thousands of games of playing.
A quick note from the other A1 table. Lose the big winner this time, getting plus 40.8. Kenyon getting plus 9.8. Steve with minus 15.5. And Beechin, after that big win in the first Hanchan of their series, takes a negative 35.1. So everybody's still hanging right around each other. So things still very tight at the other A1 table. They
Yeah, I
will
think
be
that would
going
put
on a
Amy into first position now after that result.
And since they should be going on a 20 to 30 minute break, it'll probably be well timed for us to pick back up at the beginning of their games once this one's over.
Yeah, I took a peek at the scores. Amy is now in the first in A1 right now. Of course, has finished the games. And in third, who is the leader of this group, is Kenyon, only 3.3 points back. You see the 6-0 come out, decides not to call it. And looks like Eric is keeping the option for either 1, 2, 3 Sanshoku or even potentially Itsu or Chanta. And there is an east call across the way. That is, of course, not a Yaku in and of itself. But if you can pull and say the Formon, you could go Doratanki, although it would be kind of awkward given that it would also be a shape that waits on the Tumon for no Yaku. Well, that seems like an easy call and will come out. The question is how greedy you want to be. Do you want to take the better shapes or do you want more value? Going for that Sanchuku Chanta Dora.
It makes sense with Eric's position here.
Yeah, I mean, 3,900 plus the 16 in the middle is perfectly fine. Now you even have the option of pulling into K10 if necessary. Oh, and unfortunately, that 7 kind of fits in this hand, so I don't think it's going to come out.
Gimmick thinning out, taking these 6 shapes. Oh, but it's going to come out now.
Does come out. Now waiting on that 3-mon, which is actually dead. It's never coming out of Simon's hand and is very unlikely to come out of Huang's hand here. Of course, you could always pair up the 1 and that would fix your problem. Or even I think if the North comes out, I'd call it. Wait on Dora, basically dare anyone to fight you.
Oh, there's the North.
Now we'll see it.
Oh, but
Okay,
doesn't
throws
take
it back. And now
Now
there's
we
our
have
Dora
one
pair
more.
up across the way. We have Shampone for Toy Toy Dora 2. Sumo would be Sananko. There
And
is
Simon.
1-4 left and 1-1 left.
Tempai
Dom
from
on the
Nathaniel
left
on the
for
left.
Menhon.
3-so, 6-so. All 4 6-so in the discard.
Wow. And you could call that. I don't think it actually improves the value of the hand, though. So I think you just pass.
Yeah.
Now you can change the weight, which may be worthwhile because the 6 is dead. I think I would call it and maybe. Ooh, okay. Well, there you go. Now the 2-so, there is 1 out, and it'd be 4 tons. You can't take it. Oh, and there's the 3-so, and it deals into that monster hand, 6,400.
That was Tempai.
And that may be what Nathaniel needed to stay in A1.
was already in a good position for it, but now being above 30K, that's really putting the pressure on Eric. Now
And in
is the
second
time.
place. Eric absolutely has to win this hand. Now you have to push everything. You have to win, and this is not the hand you want. This is Kanchan hell. Ryanman, and then the rest in Kanchan, and a Yakuai pair. At least you have a Yakuai pair. This hand is terrible. As compared to the hand on the right that is looking towards a whole lot of options. The hand across, which I believe is not quite Ishan 10, but pretty close to it, and on the left. So Eric has the type of hand that he wants everyone else to have, and everyone else has the hand that he needs.
Now, I mean, if you're Eric, I feel like if your Kanchan tiles started getting discarded by Gimmick on the left,
Instant
that you just
call.
start taking
I'd even
them.
call the 8-pin here. I'm calling literally anything here. I'd probably even call the 4-pin.
Because it's just the only way you're going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, you have to win this hand. And wow, look at that on the right. Building towards Suonko even.
4 pairs
But
now
we do
for
see
Eric.
a Chi across the way going for the quick Tanyao because Nathaniel knows as well if he can just win this hand, he's probably safe.
Oh, the
And
Ricci
there's
from
our
Pong.
Ricci on the left, but there is a log. There's a Mochi Mochi on the Chun here, and the one is dead. Wait. No, it's
there's
just
still
one
one
out.
left.
One left. But you might see the Chun come out just as kind of a fold because Simon has no reason to fight this. And now we have Chitoi Ishan for Eric, which I guess was probably the fastest route with that hand.
Would also allow Eric to try and do some safety play while still pushing the hand. That is the benefit
call
of
that
Chitoi.
8 but I think it slows the hand to do so. The problem is, even if you don't win this hand, you at least have to be Tenpai at the end. Oh, and now we'll take that completed shape. So the hand is still closed, waiting for that Hatsu to flat. Probably even calls for Tanya if it comes. Oh no!
Oh.
That would have been the Chitoi, and you can see just the disgust.
It just feels like nothing is working, no matter what Eric tries.
There's Chitoi.
There we
Okay,
go.
gets back, and we'll smash that button quicker than you can imagine. This is actually a Nagatsuji trap on the 6-0. How many sixes are there? Just the one. 1, 2, 3. No, just the one in the hand of the right for Simon.
Oh, because one got called earlier.
And I'll tell you, if Eric ends in a draw this hand, we'll be perfectly fine with it considering how this started. But there's the question of where's that one mon?
Five more tiles.
Nathaniel probably can fold out from here.
Just
South is 100% safe, but that, yeah. Okay, if you're going to throw the 2, the South is going to be safe. So you're fine. Okay, looks like that one mon was dead. Oh, no, it wasn't.
But it won't come out.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, will not come up. We see 2 players Tenpai, and we're not done just yet.
Yeah, Mongon Sumo from Eric would be enough, and this is the high pie you want.
Yeah, this is much better. There's not too much value here, but it is Ricci Tanyao, or maybe just Tanyao. You have a Ryankan, you also have overlap on the 4-so, but it's good enough. Especially given what Eric's seen all game, this is one of the best hands.
It's okay. Any hand where you start 2 Shanten, like, that's better than good enough. Like, average starting Shanten is,
Con?
what, 3.5?
Well, on the right now, we see a play towards 789 Sanshuku across the way. Also feels like it's 789 Sanshuku, but gives it up. Now that you've paired up the 9, just going for a standard Pinfu hand. On the left, we see the Chun Call, and great shape, especially in Pin. So Eric's keeping that 8-pin Ankon closed in case the 9 is drawn. I think I just call and go Tanya. I don't really like the 5 so cut. I think that was the time to call the con.
I mean, if you draw 4-pin your Tenpai with a good weight, and you know nobody can use the 9.
There's the con. And now it's Dora. Cut
Ooh.
the 1. Yeah, now going for the Tanya Dora 2. That is what you need. And we see this 4 so it just kind of floating in Huang's hand is likely to come out. Or just draw it yourself.
So now you can use that 6-mon as a pair. The 4, 5, 6 shape.
You have all sorts of Tenpai here. 3, 6-mon or 3, 4, 6, 7-pin. I'll give you Tenpai.
Now, a lot of Pinzu do work for Huang, who is building a Honitsu at this point, it seems.
Well, you also have that floating 5 to think is what you're looking to connect to. The 8 will come out unless it pairs up.
I guess I mostly mean that if those tiles come into Gimmick's hand, less likely
if
to
you
come
get
out
them,
to
you're
Chi.
certainly keeping the option open. Now seeing Ishan 10 across the way, but it is rejected. And there's our Tenpai. I think Riichi the 7. This is a Nakosuji waiting on that 4. For what would be Riichi, Tanya, Dora 3. This is the comeback hand Eric needs. And there's a 4, but there's a safe. There are a couple safe tiles first. And especially Nathaniel is going to do everything he can to avoid dealing into this.
There's only one 4-pin left in the wall.
There's actually a Tenpai on the left on the 5 Montonki. Oh, and that 5 may come out now because that's a huge Honitsu.
I mean, how many tiles can you win on here? 1, 3, 4, 7. The 4 is a winning tile here. 1, 3, 4, 7, 8? No, you can't win on the 8.
And so many of those are safe tiles through the Riichi. I could see them coming out from anyone. But the 4 is dead. So Eric needs someone to throw it. Of course, if Nathaniel throws that 4, that would probably lock him in demotion. Because that would be a double Rowan and a monster one at that.
I mean, there's still better tiles to discard at this point.
Yes, and I don't see any reason to get involved in it. I think you pass here so you don't have the last draw. Yeah, and does. The 6 so is safe. The 7 so is safe.
Con? Oh,
con? I mean, you
this will be a con
here. Yeah, not going to do it. You see 3 players almost ultimately Tenpai. A bit tragic for Eric, but the person he didn't want drawing his 4s ended up with them. And Nathaniel's never going to be pushing there.
But another chance for Eric. I mean, getting these Honba every single time has gotten at least a 3,000 point swing on Nathaniel, despite not winning hands.
Well, still needs to keep working on it, and it's very important that Nathaniel ends up in 3rd for Eric, because that at least makes the math a lot easier. If somehow Nathaniel were to get over 30K, then all of a sudden it's very rough. And now Dealer's hand looks very good. Potential Riichi, Pinfu, maybe Itsu, Dora. All sorts of stuff there. On the right, we see 2 Dora. So that's just going to be a Riichi, Pinfu, Dora 2. Across the way, a few extra pairs. I guess maybe like a 4, 5, 6 or 5, 6, 7 Sanshuku. And on the left, another great starting hand. Potential 2, 3, 4 Sanshuku. I think it's what you're going for. Just Riichi, Pinfu, Sanshuku, Dora. So everyone has at least decent hands, and I'd say everyone but Nathaniel has a good hand. Oh, and there's our Ishun
What a
10 for
draw.
dealer for Itsu. Cut the 5. I think if the 7 comes out, you call it. Do you call the 1 or 4?
I mean, you'd have the guaranteed Itsu.
It'd be guaranteed, and there's so much in the middle. I probably would. I'd be kind of disgusted by it, but I probably would. Now I have a 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku building across the way for Nathaniel, but just seems like
Wait,
the
we have a
slowest hand here.
seven on Dama from Simon. That that
Would
weight
be
is
no
so,
Yaku though.
yeah. That weight is so easy to upgrade. I mean, almost
Like
any
there, now you
non-tile.
Dom and you are on the 7. Which is now Tanya Dora 2. And you see Nathaniel looking for an excuse to. Okay, it's just selling out on these open Sanshoku here. And there's our Chi open and now waiting on Itsudora on that 7 pin. There is only one left in the wall because Huang is locked on 2 of them in the hand.
Yeah, the other 3 very much locked, as you said. Not coming out. Still 3 7-mon left in the wall.
Because see that 4 come out, it would get Chi'd. It will be, and this is Tempai on the left for Tanya Sanchugudora.
4-mon, 7-mon.
Now the 7 is Suji, but I still don't expect it to come out from anyone.
Yeah, the 7-mon would be a double roll if it came out of Eric or Nathaniel's hand. Nathaniel probably might fold out from here if a helpful tile is not drawn soon.
Yeah, that 3 looks very suspicious, especially against that. Yeah, against everyone, honestly.
The whole
that 1
table is
Sanchoku feels very weird, but it can't be that because you see all the 1s so. So you're kind of wondering, what on earth is Eric waiting on?
Still 3 7-mon left in the wall.
There's the Sumo from Mongon. Sumo Tanya Dora 2. And Eric ends up paying out the extra from the Sumo as dealer. And that may be it. Still has a couple hands to turn it around, but has to get within 5,300 points of Nathaniel.
And without Huang dropping below Nathaniel as well.
And Simon here has a pair of South and 2 Dora, but really isn't even the hand we're interested in. On the right, we see potential Munchi Sanshku, Chanta, Honitsu. I guess no Honitsu here. Junchan, maybe? All sorts of options. On the left, that definitely feels like Totoi, especially with that 2-pin pull. I think it definitely got the 3 here and does. And across the way, just feels like Tanya. You want to get rid of that 9 at some point, but it may just get stuck in this hand.
Simon takes the South. Well, and this is where, if you're Eric, again, you'd really love, if Simon wins a hand, like, obviously you'd love Nathaniel to deal in, but Huang dealing in could be good as well, as long as you're able to then overtake him.
Oh, there's a Dora. Might see it pawned here. Wouldn't have a head then, but will definitely show the Mongon, and this will likely shut down the rest of the table. And unfortunate for Eric, because I think that means that Haku's never coming out for him. And there's the pair up as Simon is now Ishun 10, looking for the 3-mon and 7-mon.
Well, Nathaniel did discard the Hatsu, which is live. So the Haku still could come out, given the Hatsu discard. They're essentially equivalent.
Hesitation, though. Oh, and there's a 9. Now the question is, do you go Honitsu or Toitoi? Goes for the Honitsu.
God, these
And
draws.
the big
are
problem for
gimmick.
Eric is that seven
that's
so is
Tempai.
nearly dead.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is
calling
Tempai
Ricci.
across the way for Chitoy waiting on Forbon. Well, okay. Now I think if you're Eric, you just have to push.
Yeah.
Like you have no incentive to fold now. If you deal in, you went down fighting.
17's great.
I mean, the 5 looks terrible, but it's going to come out eventually. Oh, Tempai!
7 so.
That is a Mongon waiting on the last 7 so. We haven't talked about the Formon, but all 3 are left in the wall still.
There's
one of them.
Ooh.
And that does change the weight. This is now a 5 so weight. Gives up potential upgrades to the Toy. But given how bad the 7 so was, I agree with that decision.
Only
I expect
one
the 8
5
so to come out here. Yeah, only one 5 so left. And 2 Formon. Oh, and there's the 7 so.
And it came
That is
out.
so unfortunate. Oh,
there's
no! Ricci, Chitoy, Tanyao. Or a 2, just if there were any question. And I think that's all. Just everything goes wrong that possibly can for Eric, and I don't blame him at all for that one.
Oh yeah, you have to. Like you do not have a choice.
That is so rough.
Well, if you're Nathaniel here, I feel like you just fold
You
from
just pass
start.
Taylor.
don't
Forget
you?
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you get something, you'll take it. You have to figure that Eric is going to go for Yakuman. I guess a Baimon Sumo would probably be enough.
Even
So
Baimon
maybe a
Sumo is not
Chitoy.
enough. Baimon Sumo is not
Let's
enough.
see.
Because that would only be 24,000
Yes, it is.
points gained.
Yeah, but you can still take a small difference in position here. You just have to be
yeah, you're right.
only 5,300 points back and within one position.
Right, that is true. That is true. That would get you within.
So I think, yeah, I agree with the way he's doing this. This is a Menhon Chitoy. Of course, a direct Hanemon, I believe, would also be enough. But in the meantime, Nathaniel is already Tempai on that 7-pin.
Simon has 8 distinct terminals and honors. Tosses the 9
Well, Simon doesn't care. Simon wants his game to end. Simon has no dog in this fight. Honestly, wouldn't mind Eric coming back at all. Just doesn't want Nathaniel to win this hand, wants his game over and to be done with. Similarly, Wong's in the same position, just wants the game done with.
Ishantin for Chitoy, Simon is.
This is something that always seems to happen on Chitoys. One person goes for it, and then other people start pairing up.
Con? Certainly not. That'd be a horrible con. Oh,
there's
Sumo.
the 7-pin. It is Sumo. I think you just take it. I don't see why you wouldn't.
Sumo.
Yeah, thinks about throwing the 3-8 so, but I think that's just the right play. Extend your lead. Now I don't know that a Baimon Sumo is enough. I don't think it is.
It is still enough. Your point from earlier still stands. It would get within
Okay.
5.3.
Let's see, 16,000 and minus 8. Yes, it still would. So we're in the same condition, and I think you go for the exact same hand, which is Chitoy. Well, now you could even go for a closed Chinitsu, and a Ricci and a Sumo would do it. Now, you obviously can't call anything, but that's actually a very good starting hand for what Eric needs. But Eric isn't the only one thinking Honitsu here. As Nathaniel is building towards a monster himself and just keeps drawing tiles in the suit. And it's not like the rest of the hands of the table are bad either. Could even see a call there, but I don't think you do because you'd be double Otozuke. Yeah, I see Huang past that one. It feels like Simon may get pushed to Chitoi again. Also, possibly Peiko and Pin. Well, yeah, now I think you just cut the 8-9 and go for Tanya there on the left for Simon. And
Just so
Eric
he can
just
go
isn't
home.
getting upgrades. Seems to be going Kokushi at this point, though. You look at these shapes, I'm wondering, I don't think you could have ever gotten Richi Itsu Chinitsu. Like, you'd be very close to it right now, though. And you just have to push anything. And this is on the right, a Ricci Pinfu Dora waiting on 6-9 pin. Because you see 3 out, 1 out and 3 in hand, so 4 outs left. Oh no, I'd have to look at this back. I think this should, if he'd have played this just as Chinitsu, I think this would be Ishanten already. 1, 2, 3. No, probably still need 2 more tiles. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and you see Nathaniel has no reason to contest this whatsoever, has the winning tile, but the 3 Wests are going to get cut. There's no reason to fight whatsoever. And I think that is it. And Nathaniel will stay in A1. And we have a very interesting result in both of the current league champions will go down after this session, as both Huang and Eric will be in the demotion spots, joined by Oliver and Andre. I think that 9 was a Sashikomi just to end it here, just in the off chance dealer back to Tempai. And we now have our final scores, and let's check the updates.
And there we have it.
Yeah, and that is the official final score. Nathaniel survives at a really rough minus 135.8, but it was good enough. I mean, with what happened last season, where plus minus 0 did not keep you in A1, that feels a lot better, but just so unfortunate for Eric. Could not put a hand together. There were a couple places I think he could have pushed a little bit more, but just played safely and couldn't finish hands. And so many bad high pie just from the very start.
Oh yeah, it really almost felt fated just the way that played out. But that is how mahjong do.
Yeah, and even with that result, actually falls all the way back behind Oliver, but it doesn't matter. And congratulations to Jeremy and Nathaniel, who will stay in A1. And I believe the other A1 table, which is the championship table, is currently on a break. We will join them when they start.
In the meantime, as well, the B1, one of the B1 tables that had a large effect on the B1 standings, finished up with while it loads. With Claire getting a plus 35.5, Matthew getting a plus 7.5. So that essentially locks both Claire and Matthew into promotion. Rachel getting a minus 7.9, and Travis getting a minus 36.1. So with that, let's see. That minus is not enough to pull Rachel out of promotion. So with The final B1 table being Alec, Ada, Peter, and Josh. How possible is it? Ada and Peter could both still fall out of promotion. So B1 is not locked away yet, but the amount of movement is incredibly minimal that could happen.
I'm told that break is over and they actually started. We're a little bit behind because that dragged out. Of course, we did have a break of our own in that game, and they were in East 2. So this is the championship table, as mentioned earlier. Currently, Amy is in the clubhouse with the lead.
Oh my
Kenyon,
God.
Steve, and
Loses hand on the left.
I would say that hand is hideous, but okay.
Well, it looked like Kokoshi, and then I was like, oh wait, there's a call. What's going on over there? Like, it just looks bonkers.
That is a play for Honorato, but needs some help. And Luce has done these type of unconventional plays and then backs into some weird hands. I believe had a Chinroto last season.
On stream. It was this season. Like, Luce got a Chinroto on stream this season.
That's how you do it. We also have an Ishan 10 for Steve here. Could be Sananko, could be an Ipeiko. We see a call on the right that is still Ishan 10. Across the way, there's Tempai for 2-5, and now that hand on the left is starting to come together. Oh, there's our Tempai for... Oh, wait. Never mind. I misread that. I thought that was a 1-2-3. That is my bad. Is Ishan 10 for Suwanko, which may be even more exciting. But now we see the call for Toy Toy, and of course, Sumo would still be the Sananko. But we see a 5 and a 7 discarded, and 1 5 in a hand, so drawing to the last 7.
Still 5, 2, and 5 so left in the wall for Kenyon.
Now we have Tempai on the right on the 5 so.
Steve doesn't like this 3.
No, it's Dora. I mean, why would you like throwing that 3? And the 3 comes out. It is Kabe here, so I fully expected that. You see the 4 Monpon on the right. Of course, you have 1 in the hand, so the 3 should be pretty safe, especially considering it is called. And there's the Sumo on the 2, so Tanya Dora. So Kenyon pulls in the win there, and we are now in East 3.
Everything's still very tight, though.
Dealer has possible 1 through the Sunscoop, but just like that floating Dora, if that pairs up, all of a sudden this hand turns into a monster. On the right, that feels like there are shapes, they're just not good ones. And I'm also not seeing much value there. So it could be a fairly fast Richinomi, or could just be some maneuvering into something better. Across the way, that looks like a 3-4-5 Sanshoku play. And on the left, also is a floating Dora. But looking for something else. Could end up just being Tanyao. Would have to get rid of that 9 so in the hand, though. I don't know, maybe even, Chitoy? There are so many ways that type of hand ends up. Oh, and now Ishan 10 for the 1 to the Sanshoku for Bishen.
Would you open on a 1-mon cut from Steve?
No.
Oh, does open on the 2-pin cut, though.
Going a little greedier than you're thinking of, thinking Chanta Sanshoku Dora 2.
That certainly works.
And especially, sir, your question is always, how do I get value? Well, that's one way, I guess. Of course, you could end up drawing the 4-mon, and then all your plans go up in smoke.
A nice draw for Steve there. A pretty
and
good
on the right is finally starting to come together a bit for Kenyon, but it still needs a little bit of work. We see an Ishan 10 across. Well, that is not quite Ishan 10. That is 4 Ryanman blocks.
Still, but that is Ishan 10 for Steve on the left.
Yeah, it would just be Richi Pinfu unless there is a shift to potentially add Ipeiko. And across the way, that is probably the cheapest draw you could get in that hand. So we'll see how that is played. Keeping the option open for shift to Sunshu later, but would potentially just be Ricci Pinfu. I mean, Bishen's discards look so suspicious at this point.
all of these middle Sozu and Manzu might actually be benefited by the like. This could look like a pin Honitsu.
It looks like you have a pair of Easts.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it looks like to me. So I think you're going to have to draw the last one. There is only one on the wall, but it does have the advantage of shutting down the rest of the table. Let's see a move toward Chitoy on the left from Steve, but a Tempai Ricci across the way. Ricci Pinfu waiting on 3-6 pin. And actually not that bad on the wall. I guess 3 left. 2 6s, 1 3, because there's that call.
Bichin taking the Tempai.
Yeah, would not have a Yaku yet. Also, doing this makes it hard in that you cannot Kuikai and shift this. You obviously would want to, especially with the 1-mon Genbutsu. So I might have just thrown the 4 back. And we see what looks like a fold there on the left from Steve. Doesn't want to play around with Chitoy. Especially, again, when you think the dealer has 2 of them. And it would not be strange for, like, Kenyon to have one here. But there's our sumo on the 3-pin Ricci sumo Pinfu. 2 Ura, and just like that, Luce pulls out into first place with a Mungon.
And drops everyone else below 30K.
Well, Luce still has a lot of work to do because you have 2 games. You still, in order to win, have to catch Amy, who you're currently almost 90 points behind. But Kenyon is, I mean, there are shapes there. They're just not good ones. Ricci Dora, I guess, would probably be the best route. I guess there are some distant Honitsu shifts, but that looks significantly less likely that 6-pin draw. On the right, there looks an Itsu in So, although you could just go Ricci Pinfu and me Ricci Pinfu Dora. Across the way, I don't know, Tanyao? Maybe a Peiko of some sort in Pin? Ricci Dora? I honestly don't know. That's one that very much depends on what gets drawn. And on the left, you have, looks like a Ricci Pinfu Dora type hand.
There's Tempai for Luce. Waiting on 1-mon, 4-mon for the Ricci Pinfu. So early to have Rhiannon wait. But only 4 tiles left on the wall.
The question is, does it... Well, I think that 4 may event... Well, I guess it's near Dora, so Steve probably won't push it. But that's also the other problem I always say about early Ricci's is people are so much more willing to chase you down when they don't have any information. There's another one that's pulled in by Kenyon.
So despite the turn 4 Rhiannon, only 2 tiles left on the wall. We just started row 2, so a lot.
Yeah, I think Kenyon will eventually have to throw those 1-mon. I don't think you're going to have enough safe tiles. The 4 is now completely dead, drawing to 1-1-mon. The question is, will there be a second or third wall, as someone may discard it? And that 2-so is actually a bit of a backfire because you do have a 1-so in Steve's discards. Doesn't want to throw that live Haku yet. Well, now you have to at least start thinking about it. I mean, the 6-so looked really bad against this pond. We'll go ahead and throw the Haku for the Ishanten here. Could see a call for K10, but passes on it. And yeah, as I mentioned, I figured the 1 has to eventually come out because you just don't have any other tiles. You can have a Yaku. You don't really have a path forward. That was pretty expected that Kenyon would have to deal into that.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness. Look at that hand for Luce.
The big stumbling block for Churin is always the getting 3 1-so and 3 9-so. So, I mean, if there was ever a shot at it, This would be the
Well,
one.
I mean, I'm thinking of another particularly fun hand we might see here. That is the rare Junshan Chinitsu.
When you get four ones or 4 9s, and then you have.
Yes, and that feels like about the way this is going.
Well, I
Well,
mean, that
okay,
would
you just
be.
draw Dora. Never mind. This is done
Yeah.
by Ricci,
God.
Pinfu, Dora. Well, there goes all our fun. Much
Yeah,
more
well,
boring hand, but still a dealer Mongon, so you take it.
Anthony Peiko.
Yeah, exactly. Ricci, Pinfu, Ipeco, Dora as a dealer Mongon. Either way. And you have all those chances for Aura 2 in the hand as well. And there it
There's
is,
the
as
one.
Steve deals in the 1. Doesn't really have a safer tile, but that will be 12,000. And Luce is now up at plus 20 just from the starting position. Of course, if the game ended like this, we get the plus 20 from the Uba. And would have a legitimate chance at approaching Amy overall for the league championship.
And things aren't done yet. This hand could be a pretty callable Honitsu.
Yeah, Honitsu, Haku, maybe even Toy Toy, considering the rest of the shapes are very much. Do we really want that? Of course, you could even just go Cheetoy with this if you can't get anything called. On the right, I guess you have 2 options for Ipeco. Which one do you want?
And this is where Luce is just so good at winning hands. Like, I mean, that 26.5 win percentage is no joke. I mean, especially you played against her this season. I remember playing against her last season in A2. Like, she just makes stuff happen. Like, it goes very well for Luce very often.
And across the way, it looks like a Ricci Pinfu type hand. You also have the Dora. You need to fill in the 5-pin Kanchan, but a Tempai on the right for Ricci Nomi on the 1-mon, 5-mon, and that one looks very likely to come out. Especially here from Luce, because the 3-mon pair cut, I would not be surprised to see the 3-mon discarded and called if it is drawn.
With another 3-mon. Could be here.
Yeah, might need to deal with Patsu. Throws the 2 first, though. Good dodge.
Yeah. But that does almost guarantee the 1-mon will come out subsequently.
Yeah, this is similarly. Wow. Well, I guess the 6 just came out. So if you get a whole bunch of safe tiles given to you, then you won't deal in. Well, this feels very likely to deal in. You might even see it from Kenyon
there's the
first,
4.
but there are a bunch of choices there. So I think Kenyon has more options. And now there's a Suji on that one. And Terminal Suji always feels pretty safe. But it's not here. Wow.
I was gonna say 9-mon does feel better than 1-mon. In this case, with the Ricci tile being the 3-mon.
Right. Well, it did come from a pair. And now also has the North and the 5, and may actually be able to dodge this. Very good defense here by Luce.
9.6 deal-in rate, also not a joke.
Ederson's table is basically looking for an excuse to push, not seeing it. Now, a couple more draws, and Bishan might have a hand to push with, but not yet.
All right, now we're in a lot more trouble.
9 so is also Suji.
This is the 9-pin first. 9-pin, not even Suji.
No, it was live. And there does the 1 does come out, but it comes out from Kenyon for Ricci, no Aura, and Steve at least gets some of the points back, but certainly not enough to make up for Dealer Mongon.
I desperately want to know why the 9-pin is what came out of Luce's hand there. I am so, as someone who is like really committed to defense and loves playing defense. I cannot rationalize why the 9 peen was the discard, and I'm so desperately curious.
Well, you'd have to ask her because I sure don't know the answer. I'd have never pushed that. I'd have dealt in, but I probably dealt in way earlier, maybe even Ipatsu. But regardless, Steve here has a floating Dora, a Hatsu pair, maybe even Chitoi with this hand. I also have a chance for Honitsu, depending on what's drawn. Oh, that's a great draw. It does kind of cheapen the hand unless you cut the one-so pair. We'll just cut the Dora, take the reasonable shapes here. On the right, we see a nice fill-in of that Kanchan with a Tumon. That is now Rian Shanten for potentially Riichi Pinfu. There is a distant Sanchuku shift, but I'm not really expecting it. Across the way, maybe an Itsu in Pen. Also, just potentially Riichi Pinfu Tanyao has a floating door there as well. On the left, similarly, a floating door that's going probably nowhere, and a Tanyao type hand.
Steve got to Chitoi Ishanten, but tossed it away. Is throwing the Hatsu completely out.
Has basically decided for the potential Ipeco as the value in the hand. I think I would have played it differently because I think if you take that route, cutting the one so looks better. You may even go for a Honitsu play later. But instead just has this very ugly shape in Mon. And there's our Riichi across the way. That is just a Riichi Pinfu, but is a 3-sided weight on 3, 6, 9 pin.
4 left in the wall.
And here, when you're Steve, like, what do you throw? One so? Throws the 8 Mon because you have the 2 7s walled off. Keeping the option open for Chitoi Ishanten. Oh, what do you do now? 2 pin? Okay, throws the 2 Mon. Of course, what Steve doesn't know is he desperately does not want to draw like 1 pin or 4 pin.
2 pin would be fine.
2 pin would be perfectly fine.
Get your Chitoi Tenpai.
And again, you look at Kenya's discard, you go, what on earth do I throw? You've given me no information. Throws the 1 chance 3 Mon. Could have pawned the 1 so and taken a Toy shift, but this also does give 2 safe dials. Oh! Well, there goes your Chitoi Tenpai. And how many pairs do we see in the discard? 2. That is the normal number for when Tenpai comes. If you're Kenyan, you're pretty frustrated with this. With a 3-sided reach and you're just not coming. Especially, again, when your pawn gives no information whatsoever.
There's 6.
That 6 I don't think ever comes out, though. I think the 1, yeah, 1 so I agree with this. You do still have a chance to back into K10, especially if you can pull in the 5 Mon or 7 Mon, or Chi this 5 later. Maybe even right now. If the 5 comes out, I absolutely Chi that.
Two tiles left in the wall for Kenyan.
Oh, you can. Oh no, if you pawn that for Tenpai, you will deal in.
Look.
But I don't blame Steve for that play. Just as long as you don't hit Ura.
Ura 2.
And that is so rough. And Kenyan does win the hand. Pulls
That is
in the
a
2 Han, but
dagger.
then 2 from the Ura, and that is so rough. But now Bishan is dealer. Has pretty standard hand here. Tanya, Dora, maybe a Sanchuku shift later. Well, you see the call of the Chun on the left. There's also a Haku, so Steve is looking for the Honitsu. On the right, we see a few pairs. Looks like a fairly standard hand. Across the way, we have a Shaw pair, so you could just see a call and go there. And Kenyon's hand is just pretty standard Ricci Pinfu door. He'd love to upgrade that to the Peiko. But feels like all the hands are stuck until that Haku comes out. That drastically improves Steve's hand. And now the Anko of the Shaw across the way, so Luce now has the Yaku confirmed. And a second Dora on the right for Kenyon, so you could even just call for the Tanya at this point. Oh, great draw there for Steve. The South is dead, though, so you would need the one so. I'm going to see the confirmed Peiko for Bishan. Could Chief for Tempai and Will, cutting the 6. This will make Steve also Tempai. I say waiting on just the one so right now.
Which would
that is
also
Tempai for dealer. I think you just Ricci. As scary as it is, it's not like you have a better option. You can't Dama waiting on the 3-6, but I think I just throw the stick in. Of course, imagine that. Korek suggesting Ricci, and that's why! Oh, that hurts me to see. Oh, it always hurts me when someone does that.
I mean, that still gets Beechin over 30K and into second, as a matter of fact. So still a very good win.
Punished for lack of belief in Sun, so. But we move on to South 3. Bishan gets another dealer turn here. Has kind of Kunch on Hell. 4 of them in this hand. Also the 8-pin pair. On the right, we see a Hatsu pair. Pretty good shapes altogether. Not too much value, but I don't think you need too much value. You're just going for second here. Across the way, Luce has the pair of Haku, and I select a pawn, and it will be. And also a Dora, maybe a distant 5, 6, 7 Sanshuku. If you can pull in the 6s in all 3 suits, which is always hard to do. And on the left, well, that looks like the worst hand of the bunch. Maybe Chitoy, maybe a distant 5, 6, 7. Oh, and now Tempai across the way. Yeah, I definitely agree with the Shumpon here. The 1-so is not going to be useful to basically anyone. I think I'd have called that 3-so because I don't like waiting on hands like this. You're so far behind. If you can complete your shapes, the 9-mon, do you even want that? You haven't really improved anything. I think that's a mistake to pass the 3-so.
Should be noted, 7-so also a pretty good weight in this case, as 3 5-so are already in the discards as well as 2 8-so. So the 7-so kind of hard to use in its own right.
Interesting, the 5-mon was not called for Headless Ishan on the right. Of course, I'm well known for liking Doratanki, so I wouldn't mind being headless at this point.
Oh, a Khan!
There's the Khan.
And now we have the Kabe of the 5-so.
Yes. Doesn't add any value to the hand other than the Khan itself, though. And now we have a Chitoy Ishan on the left. The question is, which one do you want? Oh, and there's the one. It comes right out, and that will deal in for 2,600, I believe. And it does 29 because of the Homba and will knock Bishan under 30K. Now we are in all last as Kenyon is dealer. And that is an ugly starting hand. That is about as bad as they get. Yuck. On the right, plenty of options here. I think just go Honitsu with this. I think I might have just cut the 4-mon right off the bat and plan on pawning the east and the... Okay, and now you've done so, but I'd like to have that north still in the hand if you're going to do that. Across the way, Haku pair, not too much value, but just call and go. And on the left, looks like a Richie Pinfu, Dora, maybe an Ipeco in pin. Yeah, I see chat saying Shanta, but you still need the 1 so to even pull that off. If that 4 is a 1, I actually don't hate this hand much. But slowly working towards a Junchan, which I think was the only play with this hand.
I mean, it wasn't going to become anything else.
And we see that Tuso is also floating, so expect a Tempai on the right very soon. Might even come out right here. Kenyon does not want to throw that Tuso, does recognize the Honitsu on the right, but of course you can't expect it to just be the Honitsu Dora, because that is already what it's showing. But I think you just have to throw it here, though. Wow, okay. Upgrades the Ishanten on the right. And the longer that Tuso stays in the hand, the more dangerous it gets. You've now seen 1 honor overflow, so it is very likely Ishanten. Some of the time that is Tempai, but much more often it is Ishanten. And now we see the Tempai. Waiting on Eitso and Shaw, and we now have a Ricci on the left for Ricci Pinfudora waiting on 3-6. And there's a 6, but I think there's going to be a fold from Kenyon. And yes, it certainly is a fold. Well, now the 2 is safe. Well, come in, and there's the sumo, and gets the extra foo from that sumo. Turns into a 5,200 point hand and will knock Kenyon down below 30K, and Luce will get a bunch of points from this. And this is basically, if you had to draw a script up for Amy to win A1, the game's basically needed to go like this.
God, and now we're at this place where everyone's right here together. Kenyon has the best shot, of course, at 145.9. I mean, even a positive third could get Kenyon the league championship for this season. Although at this table, you know, that's not nothing is going to be a given. Beechin, Luce, and Steve all need firsts. All need firsts to get there for sure. And big firsts at that.
Yeah, especially Steve at this point, who of course started this session at the top of the league and just hasn't gotten it going. Of course, dealing into that dealer Mongon in that game was really rough. I think everyone at this point is probably doing some score checking calculation of their own so they know what they need. And I don't see that the game has launched, so they are most certainly doing so. Yeah, the last game that I see launched was 41 minutes ago, which has to have been the game we just played. Okay, it just now started, so we have 5 minutes. The win conditions are very clear. You just have to finish over Amy and probably over Kenyon. So we're in a very interesting situation where it may be you may end up in a South 4 where no one will take wins unless it puts them into the championship position. So there is still a route for Amy to win A1. It will be difficult, but it is most certainly doable at these scores. Basically, you need dealer no 10 in some South 4. But Kenyon's path is the simplest. Any second place over 30K does it. Just flat out. Well, unless you're tied. but any straight second place will be enough. Anything under 30K will not do it. Anything over 30K, as long as you are in second, that is +5, which would put you at 150.9, which would be enough. Everyone else has to do some math. And again, you're not only necessarily competing against the benchmark of AIM, you also have to make sure that no one else jumps you. It is unlikely a second place would be enough to jump over Amy and not also win the league, although it is possible if Luce gets on a big tear and Bishan has a big second, or Steve just steamrolls the table.
You know what? You know what I just realized looking at the game results? No exhaustive draws in that Hanchan. Every hand was won. Just as a fun fact.
A whole lot of DLNs. We see 4 sumos. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 DLNs. So, sorry, I think I need a bit of water.
Go get it. Now's a great time for it. I'll take this time to get myself a refreshment as well, but a much more ennui-like refreshment and a much less Korak-like refreshment, apparently.
Well, hopefully my voice is back now. Okay, sounds a little bit better. So we are, of course, waiting for the game to start. Could be any second now. As mentioned, the question is, what does it take to get first? There is no prize for second in the RML. I would know I got second in the first season and got exactly what all these other players will get who do not get a nice little trophy in front of their name. There, of course, will be a championship game at the end of the season for the 4 season winners, regardless of what division they're in. As mentioned earlier, the 2 previous champions have already been demoted this season. It's been a wacky season. Dealer here has a great starting hand here. And it is already Ishan Tenfarichi, Pinfui, Peiko, and Tanyao. On the right, pretty standard Pinfu hand. You also have a Dora. The shape just aren't quite there yet. Across the way, we see a whole bunch of pairs, maybe going Chitoi with it. There are also a Tanya routes or even a normal hand. On the left, see the Haku call, maybe a Chanta shift later, but I think it's just call and go. Like we got a sound glitch on Tenho, so it is currently being refreshed. I'm still not hearing anything, but I'll just keep going.
We never.
There's
hear
Onway
anything.
at least.
Yeah, I'm here. I've been here.
Physically, mentally, morally, or some combination of the above.
Well, definitely not morally. I never show up morally to Mahjong. That is a personal code. Oh, we have a Ricci here from Loose. 4-mon, 7-mon wait for Ricci Pinfu.
Possibly Peiko on the 7, but that is much less likely to come as there's only 1 7, and all 4 of the 4s are still left.
It always seems to be
Tempai
the
now on the
item
left
that's
for
shy.
that 7-mon as well. And there is the last 7-mon, so Kinyon is actually drawing dead at this point. Doesn't know it, of course. And Loose's expense event, well, there's one of those 4s, and there's a 4. I think you just switch, though. You could even throw the 1 if you want. Yeah, and that's what happened. I mean, all the Mon tiles look pretty bad against this board. Is that Tempai across the way? No, not quite. That's like 6 different types of Ishan 10. But both are waiting on the 7, which we know is dead. Kinyon cannot win on the 4, but Loose can. And oh, that 3 may be the end of this. I'm sure not throwing a 3 into that. But Kinyon does rather into Loose. And there's a Tempai on the right, which I wasn't even paying attention to. A 1-4 pin for Ricci Pinfudora. That is absolutely worth chasing, especially when I push the Suji 1 so. So it's kind of bad against both, but you always wonder, how can I escape from this even if I do fold? The 6 will help immensely, though. Yeah, you fully expect the 6 to come out, and if you back into Tempai, I think you throw the 8. Could Chi here? I think I would. I'd Chi and throw the 8. Big part of it is I don't necessarily trust anything else in my hand to be safe, so I like the ability to fight. But there's the Subo, Ricci Subo Pinfu. No aura, as Loose will take a lead early in East 1.
Loose getting going here.
Well, still has a long way to go. Started this series basically out of contention, and I think is around plus 70 over the course of these 3 games, and still needs another 40 points to be able to catch Amy. But starts with a pretty good hand here, looking for the 789 Sunshoku. On the right, we see Hatsu Call. Decent shapes elsewhere, but not too much value. Across the way, a Chun pair, maybe Chanta, Sanshoku. And on the left, that just looks like a pretty standard Pinfu hand. You'd love to get the 2-3-4 Sanshoku, but it feels unlikely.
The 789 Sanshoku coming together for Loose there, filling in the Mon shape.
Yeah, cuts the 5-pin from that pair. Still allows you to accept Dora if you want to go for a more normal hand, and keeps the Sanshoku open. I do like that discard. It's not particularly efficient, but if you have your goal in mind, well, just like it. Now you have a real decision. So, okay, this is now a standard hand. Forget the Sanshoku. We have 4, 5, and 2 suits, 3 Ryamen, and a floater near Dora. And Ishan 10 on the right, also still headless. And that 4 is kind of a backfire. I think I'd have just thrown the 8 anyway and taken my headless. Ishan 10. You're still basically looking for the tune anyway.
From Steve's perspective, though, you do need.
Okay, well, you can chi that. I am
didn't.
surprised that chi is not taken.
Well, I think Steve doesn't take the 1-mon chi for the same reason that he didn't take the 4-mon headless. I think.
Well, the 4-mon's Dora. Like, I don't see the point of going for the Chanta here. You haven't added any value. Your most likely path is the Chun. Ricci Dora in and of itself is fine. Like, I really don't think the 4-mon's the way I'd gone around that.
Yeah, I am not making an argument for one way or the other, but I think that there is greed going on here that might
certainly
be
greed
sort of
going on.
necessary for Steve, needing the biggest first out of everyone here.
Tempai on the left on 2-5 pin. The 2 is nearly dead and the 5 is nearly dead. The 2 is actually dead now that I look closer.
This is one of my.
And deals in.
Immediately comes out from Steve.
That was the last 5 in the wall. It comes right out from Steve, and that will be us moving towards East 2. And that is a Chitoy hand for sure. Very hard to call any of these shapes. Everything just kind of an awkward floater. I very rarely sell out on Chitoy on turn 1, but I would have kept the West and just cut the 1, maybe even the 4. Because I just don't really see a way for this hand to be much else. On the right, though, we see a possible Itsu in Mon, maybe some sort of 567 or 79 Sanshoku. Across the way, Dora floater, maybe an Itsu in pin, and on the left, a Chun pair. Anko of the 3-pin. I believe that's Ishan 10, and it is. Ishan 10 for Chun or Ricci Chun.
Do you keep? Okay. Would you as well keep the Nobitan here?
Well, doesn't matter. Because of the 8 so caught, I don't think I like the 4, 5, 6, 7 that much. Oh, Chitoy Tempai for dealer.
Not going to chase on the 4-pin though. Tossing the safe 8-so in the Apatsu turn.
Yeah, I think it's because Dipatsu. If anything better comes out,
Ooh.
you just chase immediately.
That's obviously
but the 8 was safe. You could make an argument for pushing the 4 and even dominating, expecting the 8 so to come out. But you have to know everyone at this table. If they see a 4, like, okay. And that's 4-10. You can't get around that one. So saves the Ricci stick, but deals in for 2,600. Yeah, I don't see any way around that.
Nah, just an unfortunate series of draws after getting to Tempai.
Steve here has potential Ricci, Pinfu, maybe Peiko. You have that awkward 1-2-mon to get rid of, though. And of course, pulling 3 in will always fix those annoying Penchon. On the right, we see a Chun pair, a whole bunch of pairs, and an Anko in that hand. I think you just go Toy with this. Like, I cut the 7. Yeah, I like this.
Oh, okay, yeah. The pay. I was like, you said a whole bunch of pairs. The North is what really gets us there.
Ooh, now you even keep the Chitoy option open now that you have a Dora in there. Across the way, similarly, a whole bunch of pairs, 4 of them. So maybe Chitoy Tanya, but I think you just call anything. You go for the Tanya Dora 2 or 3. On the left, the shapes aren't great. Now you've paired up the East, you can at least call and try and get something out of it. Oh, and there's our Ipeco for dealer is now confirmed. That is Ishan 10 for Ricci, Ipeco, and maybe Pinfu.
Steve making
now we do see the Chun call on the right. Doesn't necessarily have to get Toy with this now.
Steve made a couple of interesting, very pure efficiency plays there. A lot of players that we have watched would have dropped the 7-pin before the 1-so, keeping the possibility of Honitsu or Chinitsu open. But Steve just going pure efficiency, keeping all the shapes, just letting this hand go where it wants to go, not forcing anything in particular. We do now have Tempai for Kenyon on the right on the 4-mon.
And I'd expect the 1 to come out rather than the 4 here, and it does. Ooh, interesting draw on that 5, so do you
That's
dare
Tenpai.
dream?
Oh, it's not
Yeah. Oh,
Tenpai.
doesn't matter. There's a sumo on
Yeah.
the right. Chundori, you get the extra foo from all those sets. And we now move to East 4. Right? If the scores ended like this, Kenyon would win the current season. But we still have a long way to go. Here has what looks like a Honitsu type hand. Need a bit of a refresh here. No, we are on the wrong person. It is Kenyon who is still dealer. But we can start with Steve.
Steve's hand certainly is the most interesting.
Well, I don't know. I kind of like that. That dealer hand's pretty interesting too. Potential shift towards Honitsu. You really could pair up the Dora though, and just call with that. On the right, it looks like standard Pinfu hand, not much value. Maybe a 6 or an 8 Sanshku. Across the way, we see the East call. Could also call the South and go Honitsu. Maybe even Chanta in there. Chanta, Honitsu, East would be. Well, now it's just Ishan 10 for Chanta and East. And on the left, that is Ishan 10 for. No, it's not Ishan 10. It's Ryan Chanta. You would still need a head for Chanta Pei. A bit of a backfire on that 9. That's unfortunate. If you'd have just thrown the 4 earlier, you'd be in great shape.
Yeah, it's Chanta. It's always the pair that really gets me when going for Chanta hands. Now you can just discard away from that North Anko. No, so that it goes from 3 down to 2. Then you have your pair, but.
Now I see the Dora drawn by Bishan and says, I don't think I want to throw that. At least not yet.
We'll probably end up following Kenyon's lead whenever it comes out of Kenyon's hand. Does Steve drop the Formon now? Nope.
Now, you see the West here. I think that's when where Steve says that West is going to only get more dangerous because you have a Honitsu by the West player. I would be not surprised. Well,
Nope.
I think this is the end of it, though. I think now you just cut the Formon and brute force the Chanta. Because you're going to end up Dora Tonk. And it's the, wow, okay, cuts the efficient play. Makes the efficient play.
You have
we
the North.
dealer Tempai. If you cut the Dora and Will, this is Richinomi waiting on 4-7. Now have the Anko of the South across the way.
3 tiles left in the wall for Kenyon.
South is live. Of course, we know they're all in Bishan's hand. Bishan is not Tempai, but you certainly can't know that yourself.
There's another 4.
3 is safe. Fully expect that. Can't really. Well, you can call. Yeah, you have a Yaku. You would have to push the 8, which is a little scary though. And Will Tempai on 2-5. The 2 is Genbutsu. Could come out right here. And it does. And Steve's like, well, I need more points than that, but that's a start. I moved to South round. And Luce is first dealer with decent shapes, not too much value here. Definitely looks like a Pinfu type hand. Maybe possibly Peiko, either an upper Mon or upper Pin. On the right, a Haku pair, decent shapes kind of everywhere, but no value. Across the way, feels like a 3-4-5 Sanshiku's your best path to value. Also would be a Dora if you can get that 3. And on the left, by far the best hand, that is already Ishan 10. For would just be Richinomi or maybe Richi Pinfu, though.
The Dora 3-pin hasn't shown up in anyone's hands yet. Everyone's hands can accept it currently.
Well, Tempai on the left. I think you just throw the 6-pin, though.
That would be a nice Ishan 10.
Yeah, even if you draw the 5, you don't mind the Dora Furry 10 chance. Instead, just goes ahead and smashes the button. Richinomi waiting on 5-pin. There are 2 left in the wall. Now 1 left in the wall.
Yeah, this is it. How does if you're Kenyon, How does your placement affect your decision here? Does calling Ricci just to try and scare everyone off have a particular benefit?
Well, here you're trying to end people's dealer turns, especially loose. If loose does not win this hand, I don't realistically see a path for loose to get up to plus 150. So loose has a huge incentive to push. It's just unfortunate that you're going to see a chase right here and has two of your outs.
Well, and with the 5-so being in both discard piles, the 2-so is Suji to both. Now, obviously, the Ricci Suji is less safe than most. Oh, and we have the con!
There's
Flips
the con.
9-so as
The
the
5
new
is
Dora.
safe. The 2 is not. Of course, we know the 2 will
the 2
deal in, and
flips
it
out.
does. It was an absolute disaster for Steve. Ricci, Dora, and the Aura makes that 7,700, and Loose is in getting in better position. Now, ultimately, with this score, we'll need a plus 40 and above Kenyon. So it'd be what, a plus 39.2, which would be a 49,200 if you can keep everyone under 30K, and a 54.2 otherwise.
Right.
This is absolutely the type of math. I'd be very surprised if any of the table hadn't already written out the two scenarios, if they're the only player over 30K or if there are two, to know ahead of time so you don't have to think about it under time stress.
Hey, Korak, I'm very proud of you there. I'm proud of your math. That was a good job. You're always saying no math on stream, but you did it and it was good.
Now the question here, do you take the Chitoi Shanten? No, just takes the more regular hand.
We've seen a lot of Chitoys just straight up denied from players.
I would have liked the 2-so cut. That at least splits the option. Then you still keep the 3-5-5, so you can still consider Tanyao. This Rionman, if you draw the 1, isn't that good, honestly. Because you still have 2 pairs you're going to have to get rid of at some point. On the right, we see that similarly looks like a Tanya type hand. You have that pension that you probably just want to cut all together. Across the way, Chun pair and a floating Dora. Great shapes elsewhere, though. And on the left, it's not good. It's not bad. It's just kind of there. You need 2 5-pins to really pull it together. I guess there's no value, which is a big problem.
Yeah, that hand would feel much better if it were still turn 2, but at turn 6, it's really
Well,
but the
now
7
Ishan 10 definitely needs those 5s. Of course, that 5-pin Kanchan didn't work out last time, but might this time.
Steve taking the Chun pawn.
Steve has to go Doratanki here, I think. So yeah. Steve needs value and is getting in a really rough position at this point. Steve not only needed to win this game, he needs to win it big. Ooh, now we have a huge upgrade for Loose. That is now potentially Ricci, Pinfu, Hanyao, Ipeco. And with all those 9s discarded, says the 6-9 looks better because that 6 is probably pretty good in the wall. This easy pawn. Yeah, waiting the Doratanki, and that's exactly what happens.
2 left.
Now, it is the Yakuhai pair for Steve. So a Sumo, I believe, gets this to 50 fu, or 40 fu.
Chi for Loose, 2-mon, 5-mon weight for Tanya Nomi.
Yeah, suspects that Steve is Tenpai, which is correct, and says, I better speed this up, even if I have to trash the value of the hand. Where are the West? There are still 2 left. The 2-5 is also still very good in the wall at this point. Just 2 2s and 1 5 out, so 5 left in the wall. It is a 5 versus 2 Tenpai fight. Ishan 10 on the left now, and now we see another 2-pin, but I think it just gets thrown back. Yeah. I don't think it does anything for this hand.
The 2-5 weight still feels really good.
But everything looks to be pretty hard-walled at this point.
Well, everything looks hard-walled until it gets drawn.
that is generically true and very much applies here. And that 3 doesn't look particularly safe, but there is a 6 Suji, and it's not like Steven is in a position to mess around. He's just going to jam anything here.
More than, at this point, more than a fifth of the tiles left in the wall are Luce's winning tiles, and we now have a Tempai on the right for 7-mon. That is
Yeah.
Yakua's.
No Yaku as of yet. Of course, if you draw the 6-mon, you would upgrade this to a
There
Tanya
is-
Sanjiku. There's the 2-mon. This will be Tanya Nomi at 1800. So Luce is getting there, but is not there yet.
Well, but that's massive for Kenyon. Any second place is good enough for not any second place. Any positive second is good for Kenyon. If Kenyon's above 30K and in second, they're good. They have the league championship.
Well,
Pretty
unless
much on
they
lock.
are caught by Luce managing to roll. If Luce gets towards 56,000, that would be enough to win regardless if it continues at 31,000.
That is true. Then it would kind of be about how much Steve and Beechin were dealing in. Because Sumos would, of course, bring Luce up and push Kenyon down. This
Right.
is going to be tight.
Or you just see Luce get a bunch of sumos, and then Kenyon get a lot of sumos in South 4, which is entirely possible. Again, given the incentives that Bishan and Steve have no reason to win in a South 4 hand, unless they get the tiles they're looking for. But these hands are amazing, especially Dealer
God.
here with a possible Rion Baco here.
4-4 in Beechin's hand. Like, what do you
Tempai
do
across the way. I don't think you like it, though. The question is, go for the Itsu or the Sananko? Yeah, just Damas. Doesn't like anything. Is looking for the upgrade to Itsu, though. If you get it, I don't think you can take the win.
Oh, no. I mean, it doesn't really do anything for you.
Exactly.
Would you take the 3-peen, Richie?
No.
Okay.
What I'd like to draw is like a 5-mon, then I'd cut a 9-so and have a bunch of options.
Oh, yeah, that would be interesting. Because then you could draw Dora.
I'd throw that back. Now, that is unfortunate because it means if you end up drawing the 8, you will be Furiten.
Because you'd be the 1-4-7 way. God, but in the
We see a whole bunch of
meantime,
Ishan 10 at this point. I think everyone except for Kenyon is currently Ishan 10.
yeah, Luce's hand has had some mad development as well. This Ishan 10 is incredibly wide. Does not take the cheat. That would have been Tempai, but doesn't
Well,
want
he's
it.
reading the rest of the table, and everyone is just Sumagiri. But
Takes that
says
one,
it's
though.
probably time now, plus we have that Dora.
Oh, and there's the 8-peen! Right when Luce takes
Wow.
the D, the 8-peen comes into Steve's hand and immediately deals into the Tanya Aldora 1.
And Luce is getting towards the target score now.
Is well on the way.
Let's see if you can bump Kenyon down. I think Luce is at the score that would be needed. So
Incredible.
yes, as of right now, if you could knock Kenyon down sub 30K, that would be enough to win the league. Coming from absolutely nowhere. I think coming into the session, I believe, was at plus 40, and I had basically kind of Luce out. But
Yeah,
certainly fighting hard here.
Yeah,
and
this
looking
is
at
insane.
a potential 5, 6, 7 Sanshuku with this hand as well. Now maybe even Chitoi.
Though Steve does have a hand that, well, could get Tempai quickly. Whether it's a Tempai he'll want or not is a different question.
Yeah, I don't think he wants that. You're looking for a way to shift that to Sanshuku, or if you draw the Shaw, maybe you'd Riichi, especially if you still have a dealer turn. But yeah, okay, just selling out a Chitoi. I think is the way that's being played. On the right, that is also the Ishunten, but also a terrible one. And on the left, maybe a distant 1, 2, 3 Sanshuku, but it's a long way off. This looks like another hand is just Luce's to win.
Kenyon is Ishanten, though.
Speaking of Ishunten, we see a Chitoi Ishan across the way now. Oh, now we have Tempai on the right. We'll Dama for now.
Doesn't like the 8-mon. Or the value. Ishan for loose.
Yeah, Steeler is now Ishan. Of course, looking for that Ipeco. You have two options for it.
I mean, you could still get Pinfu as well if you draw the 4-mon. You could call
Tempai
Ricci
on the
the
left
5-mon.
doesn't want it
There's the
though.
Tempai
Oh,
for
there it
loose!
is, waiting on that 6. This is an easy Ricci. Ricci, Ipeco. The 6 is dead though and cannot come from either of these hands. And Steve, of course, picks the wrong Tonki. Because that's kind of how this whole day has been for him.
Kenyon eventually will throw that other 2-peen, more than likely.
Oh, that is so disgusting for Steve.
God. Steve and Eric both. Just watching the way their hands played out in these Hantan has been absurd. Kenyon now Tempai waiting 4-mon 1-so, but no Yaku. Ooh, but that's a Yaku.
Yeah,
That's
that's a Yaku.
Itsu.
That is Itsu. You could just throw the 4. It's not particularly safe, but I don't know that you have a choice. And
Yeah.
Sid Dama is just waiting on the 5. There
Well,
is only one left in the wall, though.
you do have to Dama this if you want to win, I feel, because the 5-mon is Nakasuji to lose. So there is a chance someone tosses it, trying to Mawashi, or just straight fold if they're out of safe tiles. But if you call Ricci, that erases all of that information. So the 5-mon...
It's so unfortunate that the 2 5s you're looking for are sitting in Luce's hand.
But that last one is still unseen, so it could be drawn.
Nope,
8
something
tiles left in
happened
the
on
wall.
my end. I got to take a step out.
Ooh. The 1-so draw for Kenyon tosses it right back, keeping the Itsu Tempai. Steve still has not, after discarding 2 straight pairs, actually a third pair came after that with the 4-so. Steve not able to get to Tempai, and neither is Beechin. Beechin just safely folds out. So Kenyon getting a little bit of a buffer to keep from falling below 30k, but loose now above 50k. So this fight at the moment very much is just between Kenyon and loose. And now with High here, the West is Dora. Loose's hand not as spectacular as the rest have been. The Pinzu shapes are nice. Sozu and Manzu not as much. Just a lot of work to do there. On the left, Kenyon's hand, though, could become a lot of things. You could get a Peiko in the Pinzu. You could go Tanyao. You could get a Pinfu. You could even get a Sanchoku around the 5, but that, of course, would take a lot of draws. On the right, Beechen could get an Itsu in the So. Has no Manzu in hand. Toss the 2 and the 8. So Sanchoku chances aren't very likely, but a lot of good shapes there. Easy to draw as long as you aren't stuck drawing Manzu. And now that Itsu looking a lot better. And Steve actually getting a good draw with that 4-so. Lots of good shapes now. The only bad shape is that 8-9 Pinchon. But again, kind of struggling for value. It has a Dora West. But it's, again, just, it seems so many times like the only way Steve would be able to, oh my god, what a Tempai for Beechin. Itsu confirmed, Dora Tonki on the West. So this is Ricci, Itsu, Dora 1. On a win, it would of course be Dora 2, so Mongon minimum. On a sumo, it would be a Hanamon. So that'd be absolutely massive for Beechin and bring Beechin right back into the conversation for league champion. Exactly what they needed.
What a hand to walk into. Yeah, just waits on that Dora Tonki. There's not to. Let's say confirmed Mongon on any win. Of course, Sumo, you're fishing for an Aura for that Hanemon. And as mentioned, Bishan is kind of behind at this point. It needs a hand like this.
Does not need an Ura for the Hanemon. So to be Itsu, Dora 2, Ricci, Sumo.
Ah, yes, that's correct. That would be good enough if you can Sumo, but there is only one left in the wall now.
And I really don't see any of these players tossing the Dora West out.
No. And Lewis, I say, is already at the target score, would like to just fold out, would not mind at all paying 1,000 to Bishan and move on to South 2.
Even a Mongon Sumo would be fine for loose because that would drop Kenyon below 30k.
Now, the problem is to be a Hanuman Sumo, and that costs you more than you can afford. But yeah, it just looks to be folding at this point. Oh, we could see a chase here with also a Doritanki, and it would not be Sanshuku, but I think Steve just pushes it here.
Does.
I mean, you have to wait on Doritanki, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
and there's the last one.
One
Oh, that's
in
so
each
unfortunate
player's
for
hand.
both. Great news for Loose. Actually, pretty good news for Kenyon. This will keep Kenyon over 30k, and next hand is going to be an absolutely mad scramble with
Oh.
3 Ricci sticks and 5 Homba.
Well, it keeps loose above 30k, but paying out 1,500 here, that's or I mean for Kenyon, that's gonna hurt Kenyon a lot. Now, any sumo from anyone drops you below 30k, which is not a scenario that you're really happy about. But if you're able to win, of course, it'd be huge.
And there are people who would push Dora, but they are the 2 people that are in Tempai right now. So this hand is basically over. There is an off chance that Kenyon can back into Tempai. Is certainly trying to, but it seems unlikely.
Loose might back into Tempai
There's
here.
no way. There's no way Dora is getting pushed.
Well, I'm not saying Dora would get pushed. Another 6-0 comes out, and
Oh,
7-8
well,
don't look
okay. Oh,
horrible.
my goodness. Okay.
There we go.
And there we are. And they say, oh. That's where they were. Of course, this is always the awkward situation. You have that wind. Dora is if everyone gets one, people will get stuck on it. And that's exactly what happened. We moved to South 2, and Bishan has a great starting end here with a Dora and a callable Yakuhai with the East. Like possible 5, 6, 7 Sanjuku, but everyone is aiming after those sticks in the middle. On the right, we see a few pairs. Not really the hand you want in that situation if you're Steve, because you just want something fast to get that 4,500 in the middle. Across the way, similarly, not the hand you want. A Pinfu type hand, but a slow one at that. And on the left, feels like a Pinfu hand a little bit faster than anyone except Bishan, but still pretty slow.
A lot of incentive for Atazuke as well for Bishan here.
And Bishan also now, as mentioned earlier, has that possibility of the 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. And that 7 was definitely the piece that was missing. We'll need, of course, the 6 pin.
Now has 6 shapes in hand.
Yeah, but given these, oftentimes you're going to cut the 2 anyway. No one's hand is budging. This is getting a little bit better. But Canyons is still stuck, and Steve's was a mess from the start. I think Steve is just probably stuck on G-Toy now. His shapes are not what you want to see on turn 6. Okay, that 8 helps Kenyon immensely, but you still have a lot of work to do.
Luz can't help but draw peen tiles. Doesn't want the 1 peen, though.
I don't actually like that 1 pin cut because I would be thinking of open Itsu as one of my options.
The only issue with open Itsu would just be that you have to get the 7 peen twice. Unless you draw either
Well, you're
7
cutting
peen
the
twice.
8-9. You're cutting the 8-9 from the hand. You already have a pair.
Oh. And leaving the 6-7 in hand. That's true. That makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Beechin tossing the Formon right back, and Loose taking it.
Just going for the Tanya now. That'll be another way to do it.
That's Ishanten. A nice one, being able to pull in the 8-peen or the 3-peen. That will give her a bit of an edge here. Oh, but there's the East! Finally, it
finally comes out, and Beechin has to be thinking, finally. I think you just play efficiently. You cut the 5. Sanjuku's out. You're just looking for anything.
Right. This is still... okay, Ryoncon.
Take the Ryoncon, but one has already been shown that it will flow out of Luce's hand if it comes.
This is still
I don't see what the 5 does for this. There's a very distant Sanjuku, but it's turn 12 or turn 11 when that happened.
This is so late. Like, Beechin was probably expecting to be Tempai by row 2.
Oh, yeah. I was expecting Beechin to be Tempai by about turn 7. And speaking of Ishanten, we have a Chito Ishan on the right, but no value. Going for that obligatory shortcut to Haneme. Could see a Chi here for the Sanjuku.
It doesn't take it.
Would have been headless at that point, but I wouldn't have minded it. There's our Chi, Tempai on the left, and that 3 is very likely to come out from Beechin.
Yeah, the god draw for Loose here is a 6-peen. Drop 6-peen into Beechin, who would then Chi it and drop the 3.
I think Kenya's played this a little more defensively than I would have. Because you can't afford to be bled off with Tempai payments either. Oh, and that 3 may come out because it doesn't do any good for Steve.
Well, nothing really does any good for Steve. Yeah, Steve's
just giving up at this point. Here's another Dora. This is when you get teased by, well, what about Sanjuku Doko?
With 7 tiles
late
left
for it at this point. Then Beechin just won't be Tempai.
Yeah, this is just going to end with Loose only player Tempai.
Now, Loose is thrilled with this result. This pushes Loose back over 50K and Kenyan below.
Yeah, that's absolutely
This is a great result for Loose.
And the middle just got larger. Are we at 4,800 now? We are.
That's correct.
Oh, look at the hand on the right. Kenyan with all the wins. Gotta take it.
I mean, I'd love a serving of sushi, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, I guess if it were anyone but Kenyan, there would be a reason to go for it.
Oh, well, I guess Loose might not either, but Loose just generally goes for that type of hand, so I think it's been there it is! Well, you wouldn't have drawn it. You would not have drawn it before.
That's true.
So you're absolutely thinking about it, though. Now you have to think
now it is in your head.
And it's not like Dealer's hand is bad either. This is already looking towards a Richie Pinfu Dora Ipeco. I don't think we need to say much about the hand on the right. Across the way, it looks like a Tanya type hand. You would normally go for a little more value, but that middle, we all want it. Everyone wants it. And on the left, that is already a very wide Ishanten. It is technically a headless. You could end up with a 3-sided weight as well.
Here comes the north.
I do not like that 4 at all. But I think Beechin's figuring he needs so many points that you need to go the Chinitsu anyway. Meiji, Sumo, Pinfu, Itsu, Dora. I don't know. I think that would have been good enough.
All right, Honitsu push for Kenyan. You could take that.
The call across the way for Loose.
Ishanten for Loose as well.
Still Otozuki will need the 6. Your situation, you're like, Dora, I don't want Dora like at all. There's our first call on the right.
2 Souths have been dropped.
Oh,
There's the
that'll be
East.
Tempai. You take this, absolutely. Waiting on that 7. Tempai across the
369.
way as well, waiting on that 6.
Oh, but the 6 would be a double
And the
deal.
7 fits perfectly into the hand here for Steve Stepsko. You could see the chi here to improve the weight. Cut 8, and that is what will happen. Now waiting on 4, 7 versus just the 6 across the way. You could call, but I don't think you can.
All of the 4 and 7 are already in hands. The 4 and the 7, unless someone deals in, but everything fits right now.
We technically see a Tempai on the left, but I can't imagine Bishan would take it just given the current scores. Khan?
9, so the new Dora. That
Doesn't
helps
do
no
anyone
one.
any good, though. But it certainly incentivizes this Ricci from Steve. You absolutely smashed the button here.
Oh, 100%.
Waiting on 2-5. Ricci, Kinfu, Dora. And that 2. Oh, my goodness.
Whoa, what are you tossing?
I'll tell you who wants to see that 2 come out. Not just Steve, but Amy. Is there a safer tile there? I guess that's the problem. Does throw the 8.
That's Suji to the discarded 5-mon. Which
yes,
we see
it is near Dora, which is never particularly fun, but is good. Oh, and you feel it's a bit of a backfire, but we all know it would have been a disaster to have thrown it. And there it goes.
Yep.
Ricci Pinfu Dora, and this is great news for Amy. No Aura, but Steve is now in second place. We still have 3 players under 30K. If the scores ended as they are, Graham, our champion, would be Amy.
But neither Luce nor Kenyon needs very much at all to get to themselves being the champion. I mean, Kenyon only needs 900 points, and Luce only needs, what, 2,000?
Somewhere around there. I think 3,000, but yes, and it's been unfortunate for Steve, but great defense as always by Luce. Dodges the Ipatsu, still has to push the 2-pin and deal in, but it would have been a Mungon if it had been pushed on that initial turn. Dealer now Ishan 10 for Ricci Nomi. Probably looking for a Sun Anko upgrade, but honestly, if you get it, you just take it. And Steve just says, I cannot afford to lose my dealer turn. Bishan is the one who is in desperate straits here.
Yeah, it's 7 Honba right now on the table as well, for what it's worth.
Now we actually have a Chitoy Ryan Shanten, I think, on the left. Oh, because of the 1-pin Anko. Oh, and that Suji 1. Oh my goodness. And it comes right out!
Oh, from Kenyon, too!
Ricci Ipatsu, no aura, but a gigantic swing because of all those Honba, and now Steve is back over 30,000. It's a disaster for Kenyon the last few hands, and is now in a position to where we'll be outside of the league championship. Might even fall to 4th here.
Well, Kenyon is the last dealer, so this game is far, far from over. We got to see that Honba hit about 20 before this game's done.
Would be entertaining for sure, but I guarantee you the stress level of everyone sitting at that table is through the roof. But here has the Chun pair and a Dora. I think this is very much a call and go type hand. You could go Honitsu, but Steve has no reason to greed as of yet. On the right, that looks like a pretty standard Pinfu hand. You'd love to go for more value, but I'm just not seeing it. Across the way, we see the Haku. That'll be called. And now that is technically Tempai waiting on the south.
That
would be a 2,600 plus 2,400, a 5,000 point win would be enough to put Luce into the position Luce needs. Wait, no, wouldn't be, because Steve is now over 30K. Wouldn't quite be there. This south could come out, though.
God, Kenyon is in so much danger, and it does.
Oh, passes. I think you take that. I think you are supposed to take that.
What on earth? Why? Hakudora won?
Wants the direct hit. And want specifically to make sure that Steve is under 30K. I understand that in South 4, in South 3, I would have taken it though. Yeah, if this is the final result, this would not be enough, but that requires the South to come out again. And there's a decent chance it will, of course. There are 2 left in the wall, and no one can really use it, except for Luce. You also have the chance to draw another Dora, but that was thrown back.
I mean, if 2400 gets, with 2400 on the table, if anyone else is able to win, that's just so much danger. That could make life so much more difficult. But if anyone draws that South, it's obviously going to come out.
No, switching the weight would have been the sumo that you were looking for, too. That is Tempai on the right. That is a 3-sided... No, wait, no, it's not. That is a 3, not a 4. Never mind. False alert. Sorry, everyone.
If Kenyon wins this now... Oh, it's not even Tempai, right?
Yeah, it's not Tempai. I thought that was a 4, not a 3. Ooh, Tempai for dealer on the 2-5 so.
Oh my goodness.
Now it's Tempai on the right with that 3-sided weight. It would be Furi-ten. I guess you could reach on the 2, and that would not be Furi-ten.
Does not,
Does take the 3-sided Furi-ten weight.
Oh, what's Luce going to do? Tosses the South. Now 1 Sotanki.
Well, there's the sumo.
5 Steve does.
And pulls in the extra Ricci stick, and we're not done yet.
Well, and that's the danger. This is why, as Luce passing that Ron is so massive, because that allowed Steve to get such a huge win.
Yeah, and you've lost more points as Luce. Now you need, 15,000 almost? You have a long way to go. I think passing that is a huge problem. Steve is not out of it now, though. Now on the right, Kenyon probably, even if you do get Tempai, you can't take that. You're looking for value because you have to get back over 30K. He is in an East Shunten. Now is, you just cut the 1 for sure. Across the way, though, that's the type of hand Luce wants with the Chun Dora pair, but it is locked up Mochi Mochi with Bishan, so will not come out. Of course, you could just go Honitsu and then you wouldn't have to worry about it.
Tosses the Hatsu right back.
But having cut the 9 so early, that's going to be fairly hard to do. Oh, there is our Tempai on the right. That is a Ricci Pinfu Tanya. There will not be a Sanchiku on either end, but that is the type of hand that could come back. Steve will be pushing here, especially having filled in one of his worst blocks.
Just got to choose what to push with. Choosing the 4
just pushes the most efficient 4. It is not double Masuji because there is a 1. It is half Suji, which isn't great, but it's better than nothing. And Steve knows he just can't give up his dealer turn. Oh, there's the 3, and it comes out as a direct hit on Luce. And oh my goodness. This is... Oh my... Wow, that's
Kenyon
huge.
puts Kenyon above 30K.
Oh my goodness.
But
now,
Kenyon's
note
final
that if
dealer.
the scores end at the point they are right now, Amy will still be your league champion. Because this would be a 3rd place at 31,000. Right. Luce, on the other hand, needs a gigantic hand here. So Kenyon is kind of in the driver's seat, especially being able to call us out. But if Kenyon is no 10 at the end of this hand, Amy will be your league champion.
Oh my god. All those Homba gone, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Kenyon, though, has...
No one else has an incentive to win basically anything other than a monster hand. Steve needs, almost Yakuman to come back at this point?
Luce needs
everyone under 30,000 and needs, that'd be 56 points altogether, so 66,000. And everyone under 30K. So he's just going Suanko.
Yep.
and Kenyon should be aware of this, is that everyone else's win condition is just stay tempi and make sure you're tempi. You might even see Steve try to feed Kenyon later in the hand just to be able to have another round. I mean, there is an Ishun 10 on the right, but you can't take it. Yeah, just breaking it at this point. Lou similarly realizes the position. A Baimon Sumo would be so close, I'd have to do the math, and that I'm not going to do on stream.
It's not. The Baimon Sumo is not enough. It has to be San Baimon Plus. And there's no set of conditions where a Baimon Ron does it either, because either Steve or Kenyon would be above 30k. So San Baimon Sumo or bust here. I guess.
And Kenyon is just
Yakuman.
playing single player Mahjong as well. You don't have to worry about anything else. If you call something, great. Just cut the 8 here. It's perfectly fine. And Lewis is building towards that Sanshoku Junshan, but not quite there yet. And now it won't be Sanshoku without some major shifting. I absolutely pawned that. These shapes are bad. Just say you need to be tempi. You need to be aware of everyone else's win condition. You don't have to win this hand. You just have to be tempi at the end of this hand. Again, if you are no 10, you will not win the league. And no one else can take a win that isn't a gigantic monster that you don't have to worry about. I think passing that 6 was a mistake.
I mean, this is tempi for Beechin. Beechin could take a win just to end it.
P.
But
Easy
more
cheat.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Tossing 2-4
2 pin. Yeah, 2 pin.
Yeah, I mean, for Beechin, you don't really want to win this hand, but if you can get some points from Tempai payments, that does make your life easier.
Tempai on. Wait, that is not Tempai on the left, but it is a wider Ishan, I guess. You push the. Oh, why was the 2? Oh, I guess Suwanko's died on that tile. I think I'd have pushed the 8 anyway and at least given Kenyon Tempai. Oh, and that is Tempai on the left. Now it's going to be held. You absolutely pass on this. Yeah,
Right.
he does.
We're getting close.
Why are you keeping safe tiles? You should not be keeping safe tiles in this situation.
There's a 5-so. That'll be it.
There it is. She.
Beechin got there. Is
Now have a
everyone gonna
Tempai
end
on the
Tempai?
right for
Oh, this is gonna be a
Junshan.
win. This is gonna be a win for Kenyon.
Yep, that will be taken for sure. It is just a 1500, but now Kenyon has enough, especially if Luce is no 10 to win ARML.
Now, it would be a disaster if Kenyon went no 10 and everyone else was Tempai. Or even just Luce
that
and
is
one other person.
that is possible. If Luce is Tempai, that's all it would take.
If Luce, well, yeah, if Luce and Kenyon are Tempai, then it wouldn't end to be just
If
go again.
Luce is if Luce is Tempai and Kenyon is not, the league would end and Amy would be the champion. Because that would knock Kenyon down to third place. It would be a positive third place, but it would not be enough to make up the current gap, which is 4.5.
And Kenyon's hand here, nothing to write home about. No Yakuman really possible for anyone at the table. I guess Luce could go Kokoshi here.
Yeah, that looks like what's happening. Lewis is also keeping the option open for the Chinitsu in So, but mostly just going for the
there's
Kokoshi.
8.
I would pawn that 5. I am not worried about anything else. If you read that Luce is Tempai at the very end, you break Tempai, but I'm just calling like a madman. I don't worry about Yaku here. Again, it's very important to know everyone else's win condition at this table.
No Chi. Luce keeps drawing terminals.
I mean, if you draw that, now if you're loose, you just start going for the Kokushi.
Yeah,
Yeah,
has
and that will be the
Majesty
play.
Terminals of Honors. The Haku's almost dead, though.
Yeah, there is only one Haku left, which is the only concern here.
Kokushi dead.
Oh, and it's dead. Oh, no, it's dead. And now you cut the 6-7 and you feel some regret. And you're like, okay, well, I have to scramble to get back in Tempai. But I don't blame that play one bit. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, it made sense. All right, a little bit closer for
Have
Kenyon.
dealer Ishan 10. If you can draw the 4-7 Mon, that'd be perfect. You have a Dama across the way, but I can't imagine that win will be taken. I think a Pinfu Sumo would lock Kenyon into first place in the league. Oh, well, that does. Okay, maneuvering around towards something in Mon for Bishan. Now I have a monster Cheetoy developing on the left for Steve. That is now Ishunten for Richi Cheetoy Honitsu Dora 2. With a Sumo, I think that would still not be enough for Steve. I don't think you need Sun Baimons, you need the Sumo and the Aura.
Yeah, Steve needs a plus 56. So needs to get to 66k. So Sun Daimon actually.
Oh, still
well,
wouldn't
no,
be
'cause you
enough,
get-
would it? They get you to 61-3.
56.
Well, 61-6.
Yeah.
Amadora Tonki, Dama across the way. And there's our call for Tempai. And there's our Tempai on the left. Little Dama here. Figures this still isn't enough.
Let's see. Honitsu, Cheetoy, Dora 2. I mean, if you called Richi and you sumoed, you would need. I mean, even then, you would still need 4 Ura. So without a con, Richi doesn't make sense from Steve. But if
this
someone
is very
were to
interesting.
con,
Does Kenyon want to gamble? If Luce is Tempai, you can just fold safely. If Luce is not Tempai, you lose everything. And Luce is not Tempai. So we will have another round. Now Luce is under 30k. This is great news for Kenyon. He has a pretty good starting end here with the South pair. A whole bunch of garbage floaters, though. But again, when you're playing single player Mahjong, this is a perfectly acceptable hand. And now Kenyon has the ability to fold to literally anything. If so long as there is not some monster sumo, Kenyon can now fold to the championship.
Yeah, and that 5 peen toss early does kind of signify such, although it does take the south pawn.
Keeping a whole bunch of floating tiles here, your honor, just to keep the option open. You know that Lewis is looks to be going Kokushi here. That's actually a very strange cut on the north, but Lewis is probably going Kokushi. We would think that came from a two pair, but it's not. Whatever. Anyway, across the way, that is a Pinfu Taipan. That's not going to be nearly enough. On the left, we see one Anko. Well, that's one down, three to go. And so Lewis is trying to maneuver this, I guess, kind of towards Shanta. I'm not quite sure what the play is, but again, when you're in the situation where you're basically Yakuman Shibori, with nothing matters if Yakuman, your discards are always going to look weird. Across the way, Bishan is just going for a normal hand, just looking for the K10 payments, but probably also realizes Kenyon's position.
Well, and this is where it's weird too. Like, if you're any other player and you just kind of randomly gets a Tenpai, like
Now Kenyon now has the information with that south in hand, can prevent Kokushi and no longer has to worry about a Kokushi. I think that's actually the perfect tile to draw because you know they can't win and you don't have to worry about it. You can now fold safely out. I would have considered pushing it till now, but as you have drawn that, I think Kenyon, barring something very strange, will be your ARML champion. That is an amazingly important draw.
I mean, everyone else at the table though is kind of a kingmaker in a sense.
Oh yeah, they absolutely could. I think I would have passed that and just folded out, but as I said, okay. Now the South has been pushed. Everyone knows Kokushi is officially dead. Could pawn for Tempai, but now you of course have three calls. This would be a South Chanta hand.
Yeah, just to firm up your position.
Again, I just pass on a win. I wouldn't have called anywhere near this amount. I like having the safe tiles in case someone does something strange, but I think giving the table the information the South is not going to deal into Kokushi and that it's actually dead, I think you're giving up a huge position. Still, by far, in the best situation of anyone in the league at this point, since you have complete control as dealer. And we see a chi for Tempai across the way from Bishan. And I think Bishan wouldn't even necessarily feel that bad about a sumo here.
Yeah, I mean, because you know it wouldn't be enough to change things.
Right. And now Luz definitely looks Tempai, given that late 3 cut. He is not actually Tempai, but very much looks so.
Now do we
again,
see the
I think Kenyon should be looking for an excuse to fold. I would throw the 3 here, the 2 the next turn, and the 1 the final turn. And there's the 4. It is passed.
Yeah, honestly, if I were Beechin, I probably just would have taken that.
Yeah, I think I would have as well.
No reason for this to continue.
Standard Mahjong etiquette would say that you pass on it, though. So I certainly understand the pass. Now, Kenyon absolutely should break Tempai here. It is a huge mistake to keep Tempai.
Yeah, I don't. It is funny drawing the north like that, but I don't. I mean, I don't see the reason for this.
Kenyon is still in the best position, but there was no reason to take that. Tempai may not have looked at the standings and understood the win condition, but could already be the league champion right now.
I wonder if that's what Kenyon is thinking about in this exact moment. Like, wait a second. Like, because sometimes you do, like, you just kind of get on autopilot and you're playing mahjong, and then you realize kind of a few moments too late that, wait a second, I could have done everything totally different and it wouldn't have mattered.
Well, regardless, Kenyon is still in by far the best position. It does give the rest of the table their chances at Yakuman, which is what they're all looking for at this point. No hand other than Yakuman is good enough for anyone at the table, mainly because the person in second currently is Steve, who is so far back of everyone else he needs more points.
I mean, the deciding point, I feel, where the scales tipped and everything kind of got locked into place was the pass run on the South.
I agree.
South
That really will show up as kind of the highlight of what happened here. Because then, of course, Lewis is stuck in a really rough situation in the next South 3, and I believe deals in. And then we have South 4, and you just need Yakuman at that point.
Yeah, is folding from deal here, Kenyon. So
yeah, sees no chance to fall below 30K. But just when you look at everyone else, you have to read that all three players are Tempai, and if you did, then the play last hand made sense.
Even then, it doesn't affect anything. Even if all three players
because
were
you were at
Tempai,
like what? Yeah, you wouldn't have dropped below 30K.
and you would have still been in second.
In second. So yeah, it would have been good enough. It was enough. And now just need to be going Cheetoy at this point. We'll be folding out, barring, again, something very strange, such as a Kokushia on the right, which is being attempted, but just kind of getting stuck at this point. We will be crowning Kenyon the Summer ARL champion.
The other two, of course, are Huang and Eric, and as was mentioned earlier, both of them demoting into A2. Just a wild season in A1 this time around.
A1 was cutthroat, but a very different type of cutthroat than it was last season. Oh, and we now have an Ishan 10 for Suwanko for Steve. Wait, hold on. No, never mind. No. I can't count.
Two Shanten.
Two Shanten.
You know, it exists. It is still possible from Steve's point of view.
Now, yeah, and if you're Steve, you have no reason not to just flat out go for it. Yeah, and I think Kenyon has now realized what's going on. Just based on the ways these disc cards are coming out, has realized that, no, I could just fold above 30K. I don't have to worry about anyone here. I'm not even going to call that West. We're forgetting it. We're just locking it up. And I may be a bit presumptive, but as long as that is not... Okay, well, maybe even Cheetoy now. I would throw the 8 right back. Not even tempt myself. And we noticed going into this game, Kenyon's stats, the big one that jumped out was the sub 3K average deal in. I mean, you can deal in even 11% of the time, which is on the lower end, but if you're dealing in and not dealing in for that much at a time, these are the ways you can win the league. It doesn't have to be the most volatile player like we saw, especially last season. Huang had some amazing runs. But Kenyon's much more than just generally subtle, occasionally being very aggressive, but just much more standard play, efficient play, and not dealing into a whole lot.
Yeah, there's no way for
and Kenyon that is it.
To time like round. That's going to be it.
In 3 more discards, 2 more.
What? Thinking about calling Chi here just for funsies?
Pong.
Pong.
Oh, okay, I can see that.
Let's do it. If a 3-so comes out, you auto-con. It's already gone.
I'm conning that for they're pawn and Tempai across the way. Vishen does manage to get Tempai. Will be one of 2 Tempai, as Steve has managed Chitoi here.
Well, Steve could deny Tempai, also for no reason.
For no reason, does. And officially, Steve wins the game with plus 20.8, but the big story is Kenyon with plus 9. That is enough to jump Amy for the Summer Championship. Huge congratulations to Kenyon. Consistent all the way through, and that refresh didn't actually refresh the standings. In third, Luce with that minus 8.8. And okay, there we go. There's the official stats as Kenyon is the league champion at 154.9. Amy in second with 150.4. Max third at 147.8. And Vincent at 131.4. The rest of this table rounding out the top 7 with Steve, Luce, and Vishen. Simon having a very strong last session, jumping all the way up to 71.1. Minko took a few hits, was doing really well at the start of the session, but just couldn't handle that table and lost a whole bunch of points. Then you have me sitting with that relatively clean minus 25, which isn't great, but hey, I'll take it. Jeremy managed to escape demotion today at minus 77.8. Nathaniel will stay in A1. We saw those games earlier. Minus 135.8 isn't a great score, but it is enough. And the people heading to A2 are Oliver, Eric, Huang, and Andre.
I made the comment earlier that third Hanchan from this table had no exhaustive draws. This one, on the other hand, had 19 hands for a 70-minute, 53-second round. Over an hour! An eternal game!
Well, especially you get there towards that end. The pressure is high, but you also, unless you're specifically Kenyon there, the pressure isn't that high because you just need that Yakuman in order to do anything. But that will drag the time out regardless. A bunch of really well played games. Congratulations to Kenyon, who now have the picture of the trophy on the screen. As you see, very high tech. And so Kenyon will be joining Huang and Eric at the end of the season, at the end of the year, for the ARML Grand Championship of Year 1. And just great play all around. Plenty of decisions I disagree with, but hey, I'm sitting in 10th, and everyone at this table is better than I am, apparently. So not too much there. Any closing thoughts there, Anway?
Just make sure that as things round out there's still other divisions that have yet to been decided. As we mentioned earlier, B1 has one table left to play 2 Hanchan that will finalize what A2 will look like for next season, since both A1 and A2 are done. B2, I believe, also has one more table that has 2 Hanchan to play. So we're essentially through with the season. Just about 5, I think 4 more Hanchan total left in the summer season. So keep a lookout, especially if you're in B1, B2, and B3, just so that you know what's coming. I don't know if we're going to be able to get those games cast or not, but if you want to know whether we are going to be casting those games, be sure to follow us on Twitter at American Ricci. You can also see schedules and such on our website, which is americanricci.org. You will see both of those links in the chat here. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel if you would like to see a replay of this absolutely wild cast and all of the absurd casts before. That is tinyurl.com/ARMLYT. And then, naturally, you can follow us here on Twitch. We do this stuff all the time, and it is always this, well, it's not always this buck wild, but it is close.
Yeah, you definitely see a bunch of more chaotic action, especially in the other leagues. A1, there was so much pressure, especially right here with the championship. Everyone's going to be on edge, and you could tell that from the start. Even in the first 4 games with the demotion match, everyone was clearly on edge. maybe Huang and Sung were a lot more relaxed just because the rest of the table was fighting for their lives, but everyone's kind of on edge in that situation. The championship was a classic. Congratulations again to Kenyon and to everyone else who is competing and has competed in the American Riichi Mahjong League. And I look forward to a great fall season coming up in a couple weeks.